Hello and welcome to a tier list of Bannerlord perks, and I'm going to be ranking these out of S, A, B, C, D, and F tier. So stick around if you want to see exactly what I think are the best perks in Bannerlord. This is going to be turning out to be a relatively long video, so I'm not going to really talk about perks super in depth. I actually already did a recording of this and I went through the first 3 skill trees. So I went through one-handed, two-handed, and polearms, and I also went through medicine, and it literally took me almost 2 hours to talk about those. So I'm going to hopefully be a little bit quicker when doing this one. So if you want to skip to a particular skill, by the way, so if you don't want to listen to one-handed, or you don't want to listen about, you know, Steward or whatever, there are timestamps in the description, and you can also navigate through the chapters in the video player itself if you want to see something specific. Otherwise, let's start. Let's start with the 25th level perks. So we got Basher here first of all. I'm just going to put this on C tier straight away just because I want to see both of these very clearly next to each other. This is not where they're going to be, by the way, but this is basically the two things that we're going to start with. So let's see here. So Basher, plus 50% damage and long stun duration with shield bashes. I personally hate this perk a huge amount because I can never get shield bashes to work. I know people say that shield bashes are absolutely amazing and they're great, but no, I'm going to be putting that in D tier for me. And wrapped handles is okay, but the main purpose of wrapped handles, in my opinion, is not really for the plus 20% handling to one-handed weapons, even though that is something that you probably want to consider getting if you're going to be using one-handed weapons. But the captain bonus that you get, which is plus 30 to one-handed skill to infantry troops in your formation, I think that means that's B tier. I think that's okay. Basically, the ranking is, right now, S tier is really amazing, super like god tier stuff. A is really good, super amazing too, but not really my favorite. B tier is solid, so that's what wrapped handles is right now. C tier is also kind of okay, but more thematic perks. D is kind of a bit poor, maybe something that I don't really like, maybe something that is a little bit less good than its alternative. For example, as you can see right here, these are obviously a good example of that. And then F is usually going to be something that I just absolutely hate and or I think is completely useless. So those are the definitions of the things that I've given, at least. But this is all just an opinion-based thing anyway, by the way. So it's not anything that, you know, maybe you're not gonna, maybe you're not gonna agree, which is absolutely fine. You know, put it down in the comments if you want to comment on that. But otherwise, we're just gonna go for the other 50th level perk here. So we're gonna go for Swift Strike and To Be Blunt. Swift Strike is obviously much better than To Be Blunt here, but I personally disagree with placing any governor-based skills in these kinds of trees. Because, yes, I know, companions are obviously going to become governors at some point, you know, if you want them to. And generally, yeah, they can, of course, have combat skills. So, of course, it is going to make a difference to have governor skills associated with certain perks in one-handed or two-handed or any of the other combat-based perks, or combat-based skills, shall we say. However, I personally would prefer there to be 2 combat-based skills, or shall we say combat-based bonuses in one perk. So, for example, Swift Strike could have 2% swing speed with one-handed weapons, and then a slight other combat increase, but then also a governor bonus at the same time, because otherwise it's just 2% swing speed with one-handed weapons, which I frankly feel is not very good. Let's just say that. It's not very good. It's okay, but it's not very good. To Be Blunt is going to be a D tier, by the way, because this is very thematic. I don't think it's a poor choice, but it is literally thematic, like I just told you. So if you're making a character that's all about axes and maces, then To Be Blunt is obviously great. Swift Strike is probably, I think it's going to be more C tier because it doesn't really give you a huge benefit with its governor thing on the secondary bonus there. So That's why it's going to be a C tier for me. Okay, so Shield Bearer, and what else do we have here? Cavalry. So Shield Bearer removes the movement speed penalty of wielding shields. It also provides your infantry with 3% movement speed in your formation, which is pretty good. However, Cavalry gives 5% damage with one-handed weapons while mounted. This is pretty terrible. I'm actually going to be placing Cavalry in D tier because 5% damage with one-handed weapons while mounted, that's usually basically almost useless unless you're very good at hitting with shorter reach weapons, or you create a weapon using smithing that has a longer reach with a one-handed. For example, in my Realm of Thrones series at the moment, I'm playing a Dothraki character. I have one of their specialist weapons, which is called an Arak, and it has insane reach for a one-handed. So cavalry is basically the best thing that you can go for there. Or if you are using cavalry troops primarily, then this is maybe something that you want to go for anyway if you're not using a shield, for example. So cavalry is pretty good if you're not using a shield in general, because obviously Shield Bearer is all about removing the movement speed penalty of your shield. So if you're using a shield, take Shield Bearer. If you're not using a shield, then take cavalry. That's basically what it comes down to. But I'm going to be putting Shield Bearer in C tier as well because it is okay. You know, it is okay, and it's just very much dependent on what your character build is. That's mostly the case with a lot of these perks, by the way. Alright, so we're going to take a look at 100 skill level now. So that is indeed Trainer and Duelist. So I'm actually just going to put both of these in S tier just for the moment, just so you can actually see them a little bit clearer. So, Trainer, it's okay. You know, it's fine. It gives you 2 HP, which I personally think is absolutely useless. I think this for a 100 skill level perk is way too little. I think that they should be giving you 5 HP at least. Because let's face it, if you are playing on normal damage modifiers, in other words, if you're playing on maximum damage modifiers, you're going to die really easily anyway. 2 HP is not going to make any difference. The secondary bonus of this is 5% increased experience to melee troops in your party after every battle. This is okay as well. It's fine. You know, it's fine. But for me personally, Trainer is definitely going to be a C tier. I think it's a fine perk, and if you personally do not like using a one-handed without a shield, so for example, Duelist in this case, I personally quite like Duelist because it does provide you with double the amount of renown gained from tournaments, but since they changed tournaments, this might not be as effective as it used to be. However, if you're creating a character, as I say, that doesn't use a shield and you does use a one-handed and you do a lot of tournaments, Duelist is going to be a solid B tier for me. Usually that's where I'm probably mostly going to go for that unless I'm not using a one-handed. If I'm not using a one-handed, then I'll probably go for Trainer instead. Alright, 125, so that means we're going to be going for Arrow Catcher and Shield Wall. So Arrow Catcher, again, once more, Arrow Catcher is absolutely fantastic if you have a shield. It provides you with larger shield protection against projectiles, which is exactly what you need a shield for, isn't it? And it also provides your troops with larger protection in your formation. This is a solid B tier, 100%. Solid B tier, easy choice right there. If you're using a shield. If you're not using a shield and you have one on your back, for example, because this is a minus 20% damage to your shield while blocking in the wrong direction, and larger shield protection against projectiles to troops in your formation while in shield wall formation. This makes no sense whatsoever in my opinion, because Arrow Catcher basically does exactly the same thing for your troops, but they don't have to be in shield wall formation. So shield wall for me is an F tier perk. I do not believe that this is actually any good, and you should probably never take this ever, not unless you have a very specific use case. Obviously, this is very much what the tier list is going to come down to eventually. It's going to come down to, is this something that applies to your character? It's very individual. Anyway, let's go to the 150th level perks here. And we're going to go for Kora Core or Military Tradition. So these are the two choices. So basically, Kora Core gives you 10% of the total experience gained as a bonus to infantry after battles. And then it gives you a Governor perk. I hate that, as I've just said. And Military Tradition. So Military Tradition is awful. F tier, straight away. It gives you 2 daily experience to infantry in your party. Just awful. Just absolutely awful. No thank you. Unless you are going for a build that literally provides a huge amount of daily experience to your troops, that is the only use case for it. If so, then it's going to be a D or a C tier. But for me personally, I never usually take military tradition. It's just not very good in my opinion. I think Core is obviously a little bit better. I'm putting that in C tier because 10% of the total experience gained as a bonus to infantry after battles. If you have a lot of infantry or if you have a lot of tier 1, tier 2 troops, then this is pretty good. This is pretty good because if you're doing some really large battles, sometimes you're going to get thousands worth of experience, and 10% of that, well, that's pretty good, you know? That's pretty all right. So C tier, it's okay, all right? It's okay. Anyway, 175. So 175, we're going to go for Stand United or Lead by Example. Stand United is god-awful. It is just really, really terrible. Stand United is literally going to be an F tier because there are so many reasons why I could literally just go on about this particular perk for ages. I hate it. I think it's probably one of the worst perks in the entire game, but there are going to be a lot of those. So don't hold your breath. Anyway, Stand United, +8 starting battle morale to troops in your party if you're outnumbered. This is the reason why it's bad. If you are outnumbered, that's the reason why it's bad. And it also provides you with a Governor perk as well. Governor perk, absolutely useless for you personally, and I'm not going to be ranking the Governor perks, okay? Any single time there's a Governor bonus or anything like that, I will not be going over how effective that is because that doesn't apply to the player character, just so you know. Otherwise, Lead by Example in comparison to Stand United is basically the thing that you'll take almost every single time. So I'm putting it in B tier straight away. Because Lead by Example, 5% experience to troops in your party after battle. Perfect. Everyone needs experience every single time, right? And as your party leader, +5 starting battle morale to troops in your party. And there's no modifier. You don't need to be outnumbered. You don't need to be outnumbered to gain this benefit. And you only lose 3 starting battle morale, and you otherwise gain 5% additional experience to troops in your party after battle. This is just better in every single respect. So Stand United is pretty terrible, unless you're going for the Governor perk, of course. But we're not rating those right now, so that's why we're just going to move on to the 200th skill level perks: Fleet of Foot or Steel Core Shields. I will tell you immediately, Steel Core Shields is an F tier. I don't like this one bit. I think Steel Core Shields is okay, as I said, if you are using shields. This is, again, a case of if you are using shields, then by all means take Steel Core Shields if you want to. But for me personally, I think that this is terrible because a -10% damage to your shield, that makes no difference whatsoever. I think that that is absolutely pointless because if your shield's going to be destroyed, it's going to be destroyed. -10% damage here or there isn't going to make any difference. However, Fleet of Foot, this is amazing for thematic reasons. It's amazing for running away from particular situations. It's amazing for kiting away from enemies because maybe they're pursuing you. Maybe you're a bandit in the alleyways and you need to run away from the other bandits and so on and so forth. You know, there's all kinds of reasons why this is really good. I'm going to be putting that in B tier just purely because it has a much wider use case once again. Okay, so Unwavering Defense and Deadly Purpose. These are the next perks that we're going to be looking at. So basically, Unwavering Defense, it basically says what it has on the tin here. It gives you defense. It gives you defense. This is quite clearly a tier perk. This is an A tier perk right here. I was actually kind of considering putting it in S tier, but Unwavering Defense +10 hit points to infantry in your party. I'm actually thinking, hey, maybe I should actually put it in S tier. Okay. Here's the deal with this, okay? If you use a lot of infantry, let's say that you have a bunch of Sturgian infantry, or you're using a bunch of Manavliatons or whatever from the Empire, let's say you're using a bunch of heavy infantry, and Unwavering Defense, if you have loads of infantry in your army, that is an S tier ability. Take it every single time, okay? Every single time, because as you'll see as we go on in looking at the perks, you'll see just how amazing these perks can actually be. and there's going to be a bunch of others that are actually going to add up to be something amazing. So anyway, Unwavering Defense for me personally is an A tier because I never usually use a huge amount of infantry, but if you're doing a thematic run with a bunch of them, then S tier. Deadly Purpose, on the other hand, Deadly Purpose is pretty terrible. Although, to be fair, it isn't actually awful, it's just something that I don't really prefer taking. I like Unwavering Defense just because it does provide you with that 5 hit points, which again is just, I think that's way too little for a 225th level perk. I think it should be 10 at least, but who am I to say? And Deadly Purpose is okay. It gives you 5% damage with one-handed weapons, and it gives your infantry 10% melee damage, so if you want more offense, this is obviously fine, but I'm going to be putting it in C tier. It is just not something that I really tend to take that often. And now we'll take a look at the 250th level perks here. So we've got Prestige and Chink in the Armor. So Prestige is far and away the best thing, in my opinion. However, Chink in the Armor is actually really good as well because 10% armor penetration with melee attacks. Basically, it comes down to this. If you're going to be fighting a lot of high armored troops, you probably want to think about taking Chink in the Armor, because obviously you're going to want to do a lot of damage or try to do as much damage as you possibly can to enemies with high armor values. If you're going to be fighting a bunch of farmers and peasants and low armored people, then this is terrible and it loses a lot of its value. However, Prestige, if you're going to be fighting a lot of people with shields, so people that are actually going to be hugely defensive, or if you're playing a thematic character that has an axe, for example, then plus 50% damage against shields is going to be really effective for you. And you're also going to have that plus 15 to party limit. I personally think Prestige is very good. I think it's solid. So I'm going to be putting that in B tier, and Chink in the Armor is going to go in C tier because it is a very thematic thing. I just don't think it's terrible, but I think it's kind of a bit meh. You know, it's all right. You know, it's not amazing. And also the party leader bonus that you get there, which is minus 20% to its recruitment cost of infantry. I think that is just terrible. I think that's really, really bad. I don't know why you would give that at 250th skill level. Makes no sense. Anyway, Way of the Sword is now our next one, and this is obviously the very, very boring slash kind of lazy late game perk. And yeah, it can definitely make your one-handed weapons feel really good. It definitely makes them feel really good. However, it is, as I just said, a little bit boring. It's not something that I am really... I mean, yeah, sure, I'm excited to get it just because it is going to make you do a lot more. But it's not great. I'm going to put it in... I'll put it in C, I think. I'll put it in C just because it is just a bit boring. It doesn't do anything amazing. What I would love to see in Way of the Sword is these bonuses, but also the ability to increase the variety of attacks that you have. So what does that mean? What does that mean? I've got a few minutes to talk about it. I've got 1 minute 30 to talk about it if I want to keep all of these things to 20 minutes each. Okay, so what I want to see is an activatable ability that allows you to just do some random attack that allows you to do something specific, dependent on the weapon that you have equipped at the time. So for example, let's say that you have an axe equipped. If you have an axe equipped, I want to see an ability, once you've taken Way of the Sword, that allows you to destroy a shield instantly. And if you have a sword equipped, I want to see an overarching, I don't know, long cleaving attack. And this is obviously going to have a cooldown, right? This is going to be a cooldown combo ability, and it's going to have a cooldown of about a minute or something like that, so you can use it every minute, and it's just going to add a little bit of variety to the overall combat experience. Because as it stands right now, we've just got the 4 cardinal directions, and that's basically it. You can only attack from, overhead, left and right horizontally, and then thrusting attacks, and that's it. But I'm thinking that, it'd be really cool if you had an additional thing that you could press, so it could be assigned to a button, it could be assigned to, I don't know, T or something on the keyboard or whatever. Anyway, we're now going to be ranking the skill itself of one-handed, and this is pretty easy for me. I'm going to be putting this in B tier. I actually quite like one-handed. It is very much dependent on what you're wanting to go for in a thematic sense, but I think B tier is pretty good for it. Alright, so we're going to take a look at Charm skill now. I'm not going to be, going through all the combat skills at once because I feel like that could get a little bit tedious. So if you want to check out the others, then obviously, once again, you can check out the timestamps either in the description or in the video player itself with the chapters. Anyway, we're taking a look at Virile and Self-Promoter. These are the 25th skill level perks. Okay. So this is pretty easy. If you want to make children, then go for Virile, and if you want to get more renown when a tournament is won, then go for Self-Promoter. For me personally, I absolutely love Self-Promoter. I think this is great. If you're going to be doing tournaments, this is probably one of my favorite perks apart from Duelist, because this just provides you with so much more renown every single time you win. As far as I'm aware, you get 9 renown instead of 3. Every single time you win a tournament, which in my opinion is fantastic. So I'm going to be putting that in B tier. I think Self-Promoter is really good. And if you want to do some kind of challenge that allows you to have more children, or maybe you just want to have more children for some reason, because let's face it, I don't know about you, but my characters, they just have children like bunnies. So I'm not entirely sure why Virile would actually be necessary, but who knows, maybe it is. But I'm going to be putting it in D tier for the moment because it's okay. It's got its use cases, but it's not something that I'm not really caring about it too much. Anyway, we'll go on to the 50th level skill perks now. Let me see if I can actually find these, because there are so many that I had to take screenshots of. It's absolutely crazy. So we're just going to be putting these over... Where is the other one? Where is it? There it is. Okay, fantastic. Okay, so we've got Oratory and Warlord. So both of these... 1 renown and influence for each issue resolved is Oratory, and you also get 1 relation with a random notable of your kingdom when an enemy lord is defeated, and it's the same thing for Warlord. So basically, the only thing that you're wanting to take a look at is the primary bonus here, which is either you're gaining things for completing tasks. So Oratory is obviously pretty good if you're going to complete a bunch of tasks, or maybe you're a sort of like a pacifist character and you don't really want to go into too many battles, or maybe you're just not playing as a mercenary or anything like that. Because obviously Warlord is absolutely fantastic if you're playing as a mercenary. For me personally, I'm going to be putting Warlord in B tier. I think this is solid. I think it's a very, very good perk, and I think Oratory is actually going to be going in B tier as well. These are both relatively solid tier. Solid tier. Yes, solid perks is what I'm attempting to say here, because these two have their use cases. They're consistently going to give you value no matter what you decide to do. So it's good. It's fine. I personally would think Warlord is slightly better, but they're basically on the same level for me. It just very much depends on what your character wants to do. That's it. Forgivable grievances or meaningful favors. That's the next two that we're going to be looking at here. So basically this is all about the persuasion minigame. Now, I'm gonna tell you something here. I do not like the persuasion minigame whatsoever. I think it is... Well, I think it is really... I don't know. Personally, I think it's poorly implemented. I think that there should be some additional feedback to kind of give you an idea as to what's actually going to happen and what you're going to be able to do and everything. And it just seems right now that it's a huge dice roll and there's not really much control over it whatsoever. Forgivable grievances is slightly... I'm going to say it's slightly better just because of the personal benefit that you get here, which is the 5% daily chance to increase relations with a random lord or notable with negative relations with you when you are in a settlement. Very specific use case there. However, it does provide you with slightly more value, but I almost always take meaningful favors because it has a plus 10% chance for double persuasion success, which can technically make you skip an entire section of the persuasion minigame. So I'm going to be putting meaningful favors in C, even though I take it almost all the time, and I'll be putting forgivable grievances in... I want to say B, but I'm going to put it in C as well. I think both of them are relatively... just because I'm not really a big fan of the persuasion minigame. That's it. That's basically it. But they are good. Each of them are fine. They're just not amazing. Okay, young and respectful, and... Where's the other one? in bloom. So basically this just determines who you're going to be interacting with the most, because the personal bonus is the only thing that we're going to be looking at here, not the governor bonus or anything like that. So the personal bonus is plus 20% relation gain with the same gender or with the opposing gender, dependent on what you want. So if you are playing as a female character, I would highly recommend taking in bloom, and if you're playing as a male character, I would highly recommend taking young and respectful, because that is where that actually helps you. However, for me personally, I think both of these perks are absolutely useless. I think they are terrible, and I'm gonna be putting them in F tier. I really do. I do not believe these are any good whatsoever. 20% additional relation gain. Who cares? Who really cares about that? That doesn't really give me anything whatsoever in the game. Surely this could be reworked to be a little bit more useful. I don't know. I'm just giving you my brutally honest opinion right here. And once again, it is just my opinion. That's it. It is just my opinion. Okay, so Firebrand and not good natured, that's for sure. Flexible ethics. Okay, Firebrand and flexible ethics. Okay, so basically this is very much dependent on if you want to influence kingdom decisions a huge amount, because here's the thing: Firebrand minus 25% influence cost to initiate kingdom decisions. This is obviously if you want to initiate policies or declaring war or declaring peace or anything like that, and if you need to reduce the influence cost, then obviously this is great. Flexible ethics, on the other hand, gives you a minus 30% influence cost when voting for kingdom proposals made by others. So in other words, if you want to vote for someone else to get a fief, then flexible ethics is obviously going to help you. However, I would recommend looking at the secondary bonus here. The secondary bonus is +1 recruitment slot from rural notables and +1 recruitment slot from urban notables. So basically all this means is, are you going to be recruiting from towns, or are you going to be recruiting from villages? I would highly recommend getting Firebrand just purely for the fact that when you recruit from villages, you're more than likely going to be getting noble troops. So I'm going to be putting that in B tier. I think Firebrand is much better than flexible ethics as a result of that, and also because you're probably going to be instituting a lot of policies yourself, and or you're probably going to try to declare war on people and to make peace with people much more often. However, I highly doubt that that's actually going to work, because the AI is very stubborn and they're probably not going to agree with you anyway. So it doesn't really matter. So I would recommend just taking it for the recruitment slot for rural notables. And flexible ethics is fine, and I'll put it in C. It's all right. It's fine. Anyway, let's go on to the 150th skill level perk. Okay, Slick Negotiator and Effort for the People. So these are okay. They are okay. They are fine. Effort for the People is a D tier. Really, it's just D tier. It's okay. If you're going to be bartering a huge amount with lords of your same culture, so for example, let's say that you're part of the Empire. I'm going to be talking about base game mostly in this video as well, by the way, because base game, everyone's played that, or everyone knows about it, surely. And it's going to be the thing that is the most prevalent, whereas mods, I'm not going to be commenting on those because they all have different cultures and so on and so forth. But anyway, if you are, for example, Empire, then you're going to be dealing with a lot of vassals that are also Empire. So it makes sense for you to have a lower barter penalty with them. However, I personally think that apart from that, this perk is not very good, and this is also a very individual use case. It is not going to be something that you're going to use constantly, so that's the reason why I'm putting it in D tier. Slick Negotiator is slightly... it depends. Once more, it's a very much... It depends on if you're a trading character as well, by the way, because if you're going to be trading a huge amount, or if you're going to be getting everything has a price or something, then Slick Negotiator could be really useful with its minus 10% barter penalty with the lords of different cultures. But that's, again, if you're not playing an Empire character, or if you're playing... I don't know, if you're playing a loyalist vassal or something like that, let's say that you're playing with the Vlandians and you want to capture the entire world, and you want to be a vassal of Vlandia for the entirety of the game, then Slick Negotiator is obviously going to be fantastic because you're going to be negotiating with a lot of lords of other cultures if you have everything as a price. We haven't gotten on to everything as a price yet, but Slick Negotiator is probably going to go a solid C. I think it's a fine perk. It's just not amazing. All right. All right. So 175. So good natured, and where's the other one? There it is. Tribute. All right. So plus 100% influence return when a supported proposal fails to pass. So this is obviously tying into the Firebrand thing earlier that we talked about. And it also provides you with +1 extra relation when you increase relation with merciful lords. And on the flip side, Tribute gives you 1 extra relation when you increase relation with cruel lords. And it also provides you with plus 20% influence, actually relation bonus, when you pay more than the minimum amount in barters. I don't know why you take Tribute ever. It's F tier, 100%. Good-natured is absolutely fine. I guess I'll put it in C tier. There are some interesting use cases for it. For example, in the barter screen, you can actually make some pretty fun things happen with good-natured. Not in the barter screen. In the voting screen, you can make some pretty fun things happen with it. Like you can manipulate people's influence without really suffering any losses yourself. So it is actually kind of useful, but only if you know how to really work with it. So that's the reason why it's C tier. Its use case is very specific. All right, so natural leader and moral leader. So this is also one of those times where you probably want to consider just taking natural leader straight away. I'm going to be putting that in C tier. Moral leader, on the other hand, is D tier. So the reasoning behind this is because natural leader, you're most likely going to be attempting to persuade people of other cultures to potentially join you and or maybe to marry you. That's it. You're mostly going to be using those things. That's the only reason why I say that. And also, it does give you the plus 20% experience gain for companions as the clan leader, and I think that's actually kind of useful. Whereas moral leader doesn't give you anything secondarily. It just gives you the governor perk, which is just useless for the player character. And moral leader obviously does give you that -1 persuasion success required against characters of your own culture. I don't see why that would actually be useful in any way. But again, if you're playing an Empire character, maybe it's alright, because obviously there are 3 Empire factions in the game, so it makes sense that you'd want to maybe be a little bit better against people of your own culture rather than people that are not of your culture. Anyway, let's go on to the 250th. This is just one. There's only, wait, no, not 250th. We're going to go on to the 225th, actually. So Parade, absolutely amazing. A tier, boom, done. And we'll go for Public Speaker as well. A Public Speaker is actually really, really solid, and I will be going for B tier on that. Parade is amazing just purely for the fact that if you have this and you are in a faction that doesn't have forgiveness of debts or any of the other loyalty boosting perks, or shall we say policies, then Parade will save your bacon. Yes, it will. If you conquer a settlement and you wait there for some time with Parade, it's going to give a +5 loyalty bonus every single day to that town. And it will basically make it so much easier for you to maintain control over these towns. It is not going to be an unlimited fix, but it is going to be something that will help you at least to maybe maintain a little bit of stability in the area until you can, you know, stabilize it a little bit more through other means. So Parade is very, very strong in that sense. Public Speaker is very good if you are either not in possession of Famous Commander or you just want to get more renown from battles, and I'd recommend getting that most of the time. Parade is a bit of a specific use case, but I think it is very powerful if you want to use it. Public Speaker is just a passive thing that just provides you with that plus 30% renown gain from battles. I think it's a bit of a boring perk personally, but it's good, it's fine, it's solid, so that's why it's in B tier. Alright, so Camaraderie, double the relation gain for helping lords in battle. And a +1 companion limit, F. There's nothing else to say about it. F, it's terrible. No offense, but I think it is really not very good. And yeah, that's it. If there is I actually don't think there's an alternative to this. Is there? Is there an alternative to this and I've just missed it or something? I don't think so, right? Anyway, Immortal Charm is the last one that you can get in the charm skill tree. This gives you +5 influence per day. If you're still a mercenary and you get this, you can basically just run around and make millions over the course of your playthrough, and you don't have to worry about anything, because +5 influence per day is just free. Absolutely free for you. It's super, super powerful. It's really good. It's still B tier though. Still B tier, because it is really not very useful late game. And that's exactly when you get it. It's solid because of what it does, but it is not anything that I'm gonna be like, whoa, this is amazing, this is one of the best perks in the whole game. No, it isn't. It's fine, it's solid. That's the reason why it's in B tier. And charm skill as a whole is actually gonna go in B tier as well. It's not amazing. It's okay. And it's definitely good if you want to try to marry someone and you don't have the money, because obviously if you have money, you can just go and speak to the leader of the clan, and then the leader of the clan can give you the, you know, whoever person's hand in marriage, and you don't actually have to go through the persuasion mini game. So charm is still kind of B tier, and yeah, it's all right. It's all right. I'm actually going to move one-handed as well, by the way, to C tier. Because I'm not that big a fan of it. I think charm is better than one-handed, that's for sure. So anyway, let's move on. Alright, so we're going to move on to Roguery skill now. One of my favorite skills in the whole game, but not because of the perks. Yeah, not because of the perks, you'll see why. Anyway, I've added this new section to the tier list now just because it means that I can actually put the new perks on a certain little area here so that we can take a look at them before I move them into their assigned positions. So hopefully that's going to be a little bit clearer for us. Anyway, Sweet Talker versus No Rest for the Wicked. These are just awful. No Rest for the Wicked, D tier. Sweet Talker, F tier. No Rest for the Wicked, just purely because if you're playing a bandit-based character and you want to use bandit units, this is the best thing that you can take, I guess. Other than that, it does provide you with 5% increased raid speed, which is alright. Sweet Talker is also fine if you want to take it, because it does give you that plus 20% additional chance to convince bandits to leave in peace with barter, but that doesn't really help you at all, because if you just pay them whatever money they want, they're just going to leave, so it doesn't really make any difference. I think No Rest for the Wicked is better, but they are still both terrible, so there you go. Anyway, 50th, so we got Deep Pockets and Two-Faced, and basically, so Deep Pockets is actually really good, once again, if you're doing tournaments. This is fantastic, actually, if you're doing tournaments, because it allows you to double the amount of betting allowed, which is great. That means that you're going to be gaining so much more money from tournaments, so it's really, really useful. However, again, once more, this is very much thematic because, again, as you see here, it also provides you with a reduction in your bandit troop wages. So Deep Pockets is actually not bad. I'm going to put that in C tier. Two-Faced, on the other hand, allows you to get a 50% increased chance for sneaking into towns. No morale loss from converting bandit prisoners either. So if you have Veterans Respect, which is something that is going to be in the leadership tree, which we'll be taking a look at later in the video, well, this is going to be pretty good, maybe? It depends. Maybe not. Well, again, this is very much a thematic choice. And if you're someone that is taking over a lot of towns, or if you're doing a bunch of criminal work and you have a criminal rating in a particular faction, then Two-Faced is really going to be very, very useful for you. And I'm probably going to be putting that in C tier as well. I think these are okay. I think they're fine, but Deep Pockets is slightly better because of the use case. You're most likely going to be doing more tournaments than sneaking into towns, but again, it very much depends on your theming. It depends on what you personally think is what your character would benefit from most. So that's what's really going to help you there. But for me personally, I think both of them are relatively similar. Alright, so we've got Know-How here and in Best Light. 5% more loot from defeated villagers and caravans, or 1 extra troop from village notables when successfully forced for volunteers. You also have 20% faster recovery from raids for your villagers. So in Best Light is really, really good if you are going to be thinking that your villagers are going to be attacked. I would highly recommend getting this if you are, well, shall we say, if you've graduated from the stage of attacking villages and caravans, and take know-how if you're going to be attacking a bunch of villages and caravans. So once again, it's a thematic choice, very much dependent on what you're going to do. However, I personally think that in Best Light is better just because of the 20% faster recovery from raids for your villages. I think that's really, really quite strong. And we're going to be putting know-how in D tier because 5% more loot? No. That's just really bad in my opinion. I feel like if it was 10% more loot, sure, okay, yeah, 10% more loot, yeah, okay, fine. But 5% I feel is just a bit too stingy for my liking, so I'm just putting it in D tier for that reason. Okay, Manhunter and Promises. Okay, so this is obviously fantastic here. We've got some really, really good ones if you are using bandits. Once again, thematic. However, I'd probably recommend going for Manhunter most of the time if you're not playing with a bandit-themed character. Then Manhunter is going to be the way to go, and I will be putting that in C tier. It's pretty good. It gives you plus 20% better deals with Ransom Broker for your regular troops, and it also has a plus 10 prisoner limit, so it gives you more prisoners available to capture. So it's pretty good. It's okay, you know, it's okay. So that's why it's in C tier. It's all right. And Promises is fantastic for a bandit-themed character. And this is very much a case of, well, if you're using them, if you're using bandit-based, you know, troops and everything, it's amazing. However, for a normal character, it is D tier. It's not very good. You know, obviously, I would put it in F just because it is really, really bad for a regular character. However, you may have Veterans Respect, like I said, and plus 30% recruitment rate for bandit prisoners in your party. That's actually really, really strong. So if you want to take something like this, just for the specific use case of using Veterans Respect to get these bandit prisoners into your party and then leveling them up with Veterans Respect into noble troops, you can do that. And that combo is very, very powerful. So I'm going to put it in D for now just because it's not really something that most people will probably get. Maybe it is, maybe it isn't, but I've not really used this ever, and well, that doesn't really say much, but I think it's really strong if you are using it in combination with Veterans Respect, but by itself, no, not really, unless you're doing a themed run, of course. That's basically what I'm thinking about that. All right, so we've got Scarface now, and we got White Lies. Okay, so once again, this is one of those times where you basically just go, well, both of these are pretty... No offense, but I think they're pretty terrible. I think both of these are pretty terrible. The crime rating decreasing slightly, I think is okay. 30% chance for bandits, villagers, and caravans to surrender. I think that's also okay, but both of them are not very impactful in my opinion, so F tier. I'm sorry. I have to put them in F tier. They just don't seem very useful to me. I don't know. Maybe there's a use case that I haven't thought of, but for me personally, I just think that they're not very good. Even for a themed character, I mean, these are okay. I mean, they're fine, but they're not. I just can't really think of anything why they would be good. Anyway, Partners in Crime or Smuggler Connections. Surrendering bandit parties always offer to join you. That's very good for a themed character. Smuggler Connections, on the other hand, gives you plus 10 armor to equipped civilian body armor and a minus... This perk is the thing that you want to get if you are a smithing and or trade character. Smuggler Connections, probably one of my favorite perks. Gonna be putting that in A tier. It is super, super strong. Trust me, it is really, really strong. If you have a crime rating, if you have a crime rating and you have the other perk from smithing, which we're going to be taking a look at later in the video, you'll see. It's fantastic. One of the greatest ways that you can make massive amounts of cash. So Smuggler Connections is definitely A tier. Partners in Crime, on the other hand, It's great if you're doing a themed character. It's great if you're doing a themed character. I'll put that in D tier because generally, again, themed character is where it's at with that particular perk. Smuggler Connections, on the other hand, though, it is so good. If you get a crime rating, it's really, really strong. All right, 175. So 175. We got Salt the Earth and One of the Family. So this is the thing. This is really good if you have a bunch of bandit parties, or shall we say bandit units in your party. So in other words, this gives you plus 10 bonus to vigor and control skills. That still doesn't really help you that much in regards to using, you know, bandit troops, because frankly, they're pretty terrible. You know, I mean, you know that, you know, they're pretty terrible. Maybe apart from Sea Raiders potentially, because Sea Raiders are obviously pretty strong as it is, but 10 bonus, 10 bonus? It's really bad, actually. The bonus that they give you is really, really low. So that's kind of sad, to be honest. I feel like this should give you 25 or something like that. It is a pretty low, shall we say late, not low. It is a pretty late perk in the Roguery tree. And I personally feel like it should give you 25 or even 30 bonus vigor and control skills, just because then it actually starts bringing the bandits into more, you know, into a slightly higher power level, and it maybe makes them a little bit more viable for actual war. Because as it stands, going into battles with Sea Raiders only, or the highest tier of Sea Raider, you're going to have issues. I mean, it's not impossible, let's just say that. It's not impossible to actually make, you know, progress like that. But One of the Family, if it was just slightly better, it would be really, really strong. So I'm going to be putting that in C, because I actually think it's actually kind of good, but it would be so much better, and maybe even be A tier or B tier for thematic reasons, just because it does provide the bandits with so much more power. But as it is, Salt the Earth is going to be F tier as well. 20% more loot when villagers comply to your hostile actions. I don't care about that. I think that is probably one of the worst perks in the Roguery tree, to be honest. I really think, I mean, there's a bunch of them, as you can quite clearly tell already. There's already 4 perks from that tree already in here. Anyway, so we've got, let's see now, 200 skill level. So we've got Carver and we've got Ransom Broker. So basically this is if you're going to be fighting in a bunch of places like alleyways and things. So 10% additional damage with civilian weapons and plus 2% one-handed damage by troops in your formation. Carver is F tier. It's really not very good. I don't really care about doing 10% additional damage with civilian weapons. It can make a difference, don't get me wrong, it can make a difference, but if you're playing well or relatively normally, you're not going to need the 10% additional damage, because you'll probably be able to beat most, you know, most thugs in the alleyways anyway. So 10% additional damage isn't really going to make any difference. And Ransom Broker, on the other hand, does give you 25% better deals for heroes from Ransom Brokers, and also a minus 30% escape chance for hero prisoners. So if you do get vassals taken prisoner, this is a really, really good perk. So I'm actually going to be putting that in C tier. I think it's pretty okay, you know. I would say it's fine. Just very much depends on if you want to take heroes prisoner or you want to execute them. But yeah, if you want to level up your Roguery skill, this is a really, really good one. So actually, you know what? I'll put it in B tier. I'll be a bit generous and I'll put it in B tier, because I think it is actually slightly better than C tier. But yeah, as you've so far seen, only one thing has actually made it into A or B tier. Actually 2 things now, but Smuggler Connections is literally the only thing from the Roguery tree that has actually gotten anywhere, which is pretty crazy. Anyway, Arms Dealer and Dirty Fighting. So Arms Dealer is 100% going to be the thing, and I'm going to be placing that in B. I'm actually thinking of even putting it in A tier, but there is a very specific use case for that, and I'll go over that in just a second. But let's just, you know, touch upon Dirty Fighting here and why I'm not going to give it that much. But Dirty Fighting is really good if you use kicks. Okay, that's it. that's the case. Full stop. Now, I don't use kicks, so for me, Dirty Fighting is F. However, if you do use kicks, I'd highly recommend taking this and putting it in C tier or something like that. I think it's actually not bad if you do use kicks. That's it. If you use kicks, then go for it. For me personally, I don't. Arms dealer, this is the use case for it. If you're a smithen? If you're a smithen, that's hilarious. No. If you are a smithy, then take arms dealer every single day of the week along with smuggler connections, and you're going to be getting so much money for your weapons when you make them. It's really, really powerful. Really powerful, okay? Super powerful. So that's what you want to do. Arms dealer and smuggler connections combined along with the smithing perk that we're going to be going over. And oh yeah, you're going to be making millions super easily with your weapons. Anyway, let's go on to the 250th skill level perks here. So we got dash and slash and fleet-footed. So, okay. Fleet-footed. This is easy. F tier. I hate this perk. I mean, maybe hate is a bit too strong of a word, but I think fleet-footed is just awful. No offense. I think it is absolutely terrible. I don't know why. I don't know why anyone would take this. I have no idea, because 10% combat movement speed with no weapons or shields equipped. This is literally the one purpose for this is to drop your weapons and drop your shields and drop everything else that you have and run away. That is it. That is literally the only use case for it. And in my opinion, that's just not acceptable. Sure, okay, it does have a use, but I think that in general, most of the time, you should probably not want to have to run away. But if there is a use case for it, that's the only one. But for me personally, I just don't like it. Okay, I just don't like it. However, dash and slash is actually really good. If you are a roguery and two-handed based character with a lot of movement speed, plus 50% damage bonus from speed while on foot, and if you use a weapon that actually has the ability to cleave to multiple targets, you're going to have a great time. So I'm actually going to be putting this probably in C tier. I was kind of thinking about B tier here actually for this thing, but yeah, you know what? I'm going to put it in B tier. I think this is actually really good. If you actually do hit when you've sped up quite a bit, you're going to do so much damage. Maybe you won't even need that damage, but I think it's pretty good. I think it is a solid tier. Solid perk, that is. Okay. Now, here's the final perk for Roguery skill. Now, this is amazing, okay? Now, this is literally S. Yep. That is my first S tier perk. Rogue Extraordinaire is quite obviously one of the most powerful perks in the entire game. 1% loot for every skill point above 200, and you have 275 at this point. It will have taken you a huge amount of time, by the way, to level up Roguery skill as it is. It's very slow to level, but once you get it to 275, you're going to be getting 75% increased loot just from this one perk. And then obviously you have the passive benefit of Roguery itself. And the passive benefit of Roguery itself is already giving you, I don't even know how much, I think like 40, 50, 60, 70% already. So you're going to be gaining at least 130% or 140% increase. I don't know how much you're actually going to get from a maxed out Roguery skill. I just know that it's a lot. So you're going to be gaining a lot of percentage here. And as a whole, Roguery I think is absolutely awful. I think the choices for perks are absolutely terrible. However, I'm going to be putting it in S tier. Yeah. And this is exactly what I talked about at the very beginning of this section. The Roguery tree and its perks are very thematic. You're going to have... There are some amazing selections here. And in general, most of the perks are absolutely useless. There are some amazing ones, but, well, 80% of them, 90% of them are just terrible. However, Roguery skill as a whole, because of the way that you earn more loot, is probably one of the most underrated skills in the entire game. And if you haven't created a character that focuses on Roguery at any point, I would highly implore you please make a Roguery character, and you will see just how insane it can be. You're going to gain so much loot, you won't even have enough money to do it. So if you're on PC, download a mod that gives your marketplaces more money and have a whale of a time. It's a great perk. It really is. Roguery skill is amazing. Rogue Extraordinaire is also, oh, it's just so good. So good. Let's move on. Alright, so we're going to be looking at athletics now. So, first off, we've got well built. So, well built is clearly A tier. Yep. That was quick, wasn't it? That was super fast, right? Because here's the thing. Well built is a very interesting perk, mostly because it gives you 5 HP, it gives your it gives your troops, your foot troops, 5 HP. So in other words, it gives your archers and it gives your infantry 5 HP. This is extremely good value for such an early perk, and it's something that is going to be active almost all the time. However, the other thing that you want to maybe choose is morning exercise. Morning exercise is something that I'm going to be putting in B tier. I almost always take morning exercise. However, well built is very strong. The reason why I say that it's very strong is because if you take a look at something that is in the one-handed skill tree, if you look at unwavering defense, which is what we looked at earlier, that provides your own character with 5 HP, but it also provides your infantry with 10 HP. So if you take a look at well built at the same time, you could see here that while it does, while unwavering defense does provide your infantry with 5 additional HP, it's only infantry. So that doesn't say archers. It could mean archers, but it doesn't say archers, it doesn't say foot troops specifically. So it could just be that these are only applied to infantry or not. I don't know. We don't really know that. However, this is a 25th skill level perk, and unwavering defense is 225th. So you need to get so many more skill points to be able to make unwavering defense work, but well built is available basically at the start of the game. So well built is the reason why this is A tier, and it's just so good. It gives all of your people so much more survivability. It's just really good. Massive value from that. Morning exercise, on the other hand, I personally really like this perk, me personally, because I like to be able to run fast. Because if I need to, I don't know, run in a siege and then jump off a wall and die, then morning exercise is absolutely perfect for that. However, on a serious note, running away from enemies is actually kind of useful, especially if you're outnumbered. As I said, like in a siege, if you're being chased, then you can run away from things relatively easily. However, if you're not like me and you're not kind of a bit idiotic sometimes with getting surrounded and everything, then you could just take well built and you could just make your own troops much more powerful, and you could get your own person a little bit more HP as well. So it's pretty good. It's pretty good. Well built is really nice in my opinion. Okay, so form-fitting armor. Form-fitting armor gives you less armor weight. Pretty good, right? On the other hand, you have Fury here, which does give you plus 10% weapon handling while on foot. So armor weight is, once again, that's going to be a B tier thing. Basically, what you want to do is you want to combine morning exercise and form-fitting armor together, because that's going to provide you with better mobility, of course. You don't have to combine them together, of course. This is not a thing that you really badly need to do, but the captain bonuses are also synergistic with each other. So you could see here, 5% combat movement speed to troops in your formation, and 4% combat movement speed to tier 3 plus foot troops in your formation. So morning exercise and form-fitting armor, they're very synergistic with each other. Super nice. Fury, on the other hand, is more about weapon handling. It's more about making sure that your troops are swinging as fast as they possibly can. I'll put that in C tier because I think it's slightly worse than form-fitting armor in my opinion, but it's still good. It's good. Now, just because I put it in C tier, it doesn't mean that that's bad, by the way. It just means that it's okay. It's okay. And it's maybe not something that I personally would take. It depends on what you want to use. Because let's say that you're playing on a horse, because this obviously only provides you this benefit on foot, but let's say you're playing on a horse, this is going to be useless for you. So that's where that comes in. Okay, imposing stature and stamina. So imposing stature provides you with more persuasion chance and more party size. So in that case, that's pretty good. You know, it's pretty good. C tier, it's totally C tier. And stamina, on the other hand, this is a little bit difficult to quantify, because for me personally, I play with a mod that disables crafting stamina recovery rate, because I absolutely loathe the way that the stamina is done in the game, because basically as long as you are actively smithing, so let's say that you create 10 weapons and then you're out of stamina, then you have to wait at the town, and that's it. You can't regenerate stamina by walking around the map. You have to wait in a town for your stamina to regenerate, which obviously is perfectly fine from a realistic standpoint, but from a gameplay standpoint, that's very annoying. So that's the reason why I disable that. And usually stamina for me is going to be something that I will never ever take. However, if you personally don't have that mod, maybe you're playing on console, maybe you don't like the mod for any reason, maybe you think that that's cheap or whatever, and that's, you know, it's perfectly fine if you want to think that. However, stamina is a decent, it's a decent perk. It's a decent perk. If you don't have the mod, I would definitely call it a C tier thing. I mean, I would personally, if I'm going to be crafting a huge amount, I would personally just take this, just because it's going to provide you with so much time saved, because it's basically going to give you back your entire stamina bar in half the time, which is, in my opinion, a really, really good time save. Otherwise, apart from that, we've got Sprint and we got Powerful. So Sprint is fantastic if you are going to be using morning exercise and form-fitting armor, and you're going to be using no shield or ranged weapons. So if you are playing a duelist kind of character, then Sprint is amazing. This is something that you are definitely going to want to take. However, it is going to still be a C tier ability, a C tier for me, because this has a very specific use case, and because of that, it's going to be a C tier ability. That's it. That's just how it's going to have to be. Powerful, on the other hand, it is more generalized, and it's okay, but I'm going to be putting it in D because I think it is just boring. That's it. It's a boring perk. It doesn't have anything thematic associated with it. There's really nothing good about it apart from that it just increases your damage, and that's it. It doesn't really... I mean, the name of the perk is Powerful, but it doesn't really make you feel powerful or any different whatsoever, because it just gives you percentage damage. And that's really kind of a bit lame, in my opinion, but that's just me. Anyway, Surging Blow or Braced. Braced, F tier. Surging Blow, D tier. Yep. That's pretty easy. You know the reason why? Oh yeah, okay, so the reason why Braced is F tier is because charge damage. Yeah, charge damage taken. How often have you been killed by charge damage? Well, in my thousands of hours playing, I have never been killed by charge damage. Never. In the whole time that I've been playing, I've never been killed by it. Maybe once, but I can't remember that time. So I don't know why anyone would take Braced, in my opinion. Maybe you want to take it because you're worried about your troops getting killed by charge damage. I don't know. Maybe your enemies are running around with a huge amount of elite cataphracts from the Empire. Maybe something like that. But for me personally, no, it's terrible. Surging Blow is D tier just purely because it is a good perk, but it's still, I mean, it's fine, right? It's fine mostly because of Dash and Slash. Dash and Slash is really good too, but you can see here this gives you plus 50% damage bonus from speed while on foot. And Surging Blow gives you 30%. Okay, fine. I'll raise it. I'll raise it to C tier. Why not? Okay, so Surging Blow is C tier. All right, so let's move on to 150 here. All right, so 150 is going to be a good day's rest or walk it off. So basically the choice here is if you like traveling around, then take walk it off. And if you like waiting in settlements, then take a good day's rest. They are both solid perks, so it very much depends on what you want to take. I'm going to be putting them in B tier, both of them in B tier, because both of them are, as I say, actually kind of good. but it just very much depends on what you want to do. I would personally recommend taking Walk It Off because most of the time you're going to be running around, and the party leader bonus is +3 daily experience to foot troops while traveling, whereas a good day's rest is +10 daily experience to foot troops while waiting in settlements. If you personally prefer waiting in villages and towns to restore your HP, then take a good day's rest because that's going to give you so much more benefit. But the regeneration rate is basically the same, apart from the fact that when you are indeed waiting in a settlement, you are going to get slightly higher regeneration. So there is that to take into account. Otherwise, let's move on to 175. All right, so we got durable and we have energetic. Energetic F tier. Durable is going to be B tier because this gives you an attribute. This is really important. Okay? Really important. Because of the way that Bannerlord works, it only provides you with an attribute point every 4 levels, as far as I'm aware, right? 4 levels, if I'm remembering correctly? I think it is every 4 levels. If it's every 5 levels, then also that's terrible, but I think it is every 4 levels. So, no matter what, doesn't matter, they're basically giving you attribute points really, really sparsely, and you want to try to create the most powerful character that you can, or the one that realizes your dream of role-playing as a certain archetype, right? So to do that, you need attribute points to make sure that your learning rate is still up to par. This is giving you an endurance attribute, so that means that you can get 6 endurance with your own attribute point spending if you want to go for that, and then you can take durable, and that's going to give you endurance. So then you can get to 7. And then you can get every single perk in the endurance tree, which is obviously great. So that's fantastic. However, on the flip side of things, energetic is awful. Probably one of the worst perks in the entire game. -20% overburdened speed penalty. This is just... Why is this a perk? I'm mad about it, and I wanna rant about it for another 200 years, but I won't, because I can't take too long on each of these, because otherwise the video is going to turn out to be 3 hours, which I think it probably will actually end up being 3 hours anyway. So anyway, wait, let's move on. Let's move on. Okay, strong versus steady. So this depends on what you need. This depends on what you need. I personally prefer strong because this provides you with party speed by foot troops. In other words, it gives you additional party speed on the world map when you have infantry and archers. So 5% additional speed on the world map, which is actually pretty good. And it also gives you vigor. So if you're a fighting character that likes to use, you know, melee attacks, then this is obviously great. I'm going to be putting this in B tier because it's just better, you know, it's just better. And steady is fine if you need the control attribute. And I'm going to put that in B tier as well. It's not as strong, okay? It's not as strong, haha, yeah. You see what I did there? Yeah, it's not as strong, but steady. Now here's the thing, here's a little trick that you can do if you want to get both of these, all right? If you want to get both of these, basically what you do is you take strong first, you get your vigor skills to 275 or however much you want to get them to. You get them to however much your learning rate allows you to get them to. I think it can go to, what is it? 280 something, I think. I'm not entirely sure. Don't quote me on that. But whatever the case, you get them to wherever you want them to be, 275 and above, and then you respec. You respec your athletics tree, and then you get steady, and then you get that additional control attribute, and then you get 7 control as well, and then you level your control to whatever maximum it can be, and then you can respec it again if you want to go back to getting the party speed or whatever. So there are a number of little fancy little tricks that you can do to gain benefit from both of these, but that's very much dependent on if you want to go through all of that tedium and annoyance. It's very much up to you if you want to do that. Otherwise, we've got strong legs. Strong legs is my favorite. I love this. S tier. Boom. I'm biased, okay? I'm super biased about this particular perk. I love strong legs just because it has saved me so many times. I'm going to actually put it in A tier. I was going a little bit overboard by putting it in S in my opinion because, let's face it, I love it and I'd probably put it in S tier just for me, but for a general use case, I'd put it in A. So for you personally, I'd probably put it in A generally, because this is just amazing, just for the full damage reduction. Okay, that's it. Just for the full damage reduction, it is A tier. And on the other hand, strong arms, if you have a lot of thrown weapons, so let's say you're using, I don't know, let's say you're using the Sturgians or the Azurai, and you're using thrown weapons yourself, and you don't foresee yourself falling off a bunch of walls in sieges and so on and so forth, then take strong arms, because it is inherently much better. It is a solid perk, very, very good, but I just personally prefer strong legs because it has saved me so many times from dying, and that's it. That's the only reason. Otherwise, let's move on to Spartan or Ignore Pain. So, Spartan, that gives you resistance to getting staggered while on foot. So if you're staggered by a horse, that is the most annoying thing in the world. It's very, very annoying. I'd actually recommend probably not taking this, however, because while it is annoying to getting staggered and everything, that's not the end of the world, whereas gaining armor and gaining armor for your troops is super powerful. So Spartan is going to go into D tier because I personally don't think it is that good, but Ignore Pain, on the other hand, is probably gonna go into A. Yeah, and the reason for it is this. +5 armor to all equipped armor pieces of foot troops in your formation. This obviously has a very big sort of caveat associated with it. This is foot troops only, okay? So foot troops meaning infantry and archers. If you use a huge amount of cavalry, this is going to go down in its value. It's not going to be as effective. So I'd recommend taking a look at both of these perks, Ignore Pain and Spartan, and deciding which one you want to go for. But I personally think Ignore Pain is really good, just because of the amount of survivability you can create from this. Imagine taking Ignore Pain, Unwavering Defense, and Well Built all in the same character. Your foot troops, your infantry, are going to become absolute monsters. They'll never be destroyed. They'll never be taken out. It would be so amazing. It's really, really good. Anyway, Mighty Blow. Okay. Mighty Blow is actually a really good perk in my opinion. I'm going to be putting that in A. This is not a boring perk in my opinion. I think it's okay. Sure, you know, it is a little bit boring because it just does the same thing that the other things do as well, where it just increases your HP. However, I actually really love the initial bonus that it provides you, which stuns your enemies. It stuns your enemies longer after they block your attack. I think that's fantastic. That's really nice. And the secondary bonus is actually really good too. It gives you 25 additional HP. And obviously, if you're like me and you really, really want to survive as much as you possibly can, getting Mighty Blow is going to help you a massive amount. So for me personally, I think Athletics is actually really nice. I'm going to be putting that in A tier. I think it is pretty required if you want to play a character that survives a huge amount. I'd highly recommend trying to level this to 275 as soon as possible if you can, because it does give you that Mighty Blow skill, which is going to provide you with so much more survivability. It really will make a huge difference. Let's move on. Alright, so it's on to the smithing tree. So as I said to you earlier in the video, if you were watching the Roguery section, the smithing tree is a very interesting one. If you want to make a huge amount of money, this is far and away one of the best ways to do that. It is a huge time sink, by the way. Really, really big time sink. Massive amounts of effort involved as well. However, it can be very effective if you do put in that effort. So, first of all, we've got Efficient Iron Maker or Efficient Charcoal Maker. Efficient Charcoal Maker is just far and away much better, so we're going to be putting that in B tier. It's a huge tooltip, so that it's going to take up a huge amount of space on the tier list, but there you go. And Efficient Iron Maker is fine, but it's C tier for me. You can read the tooltips if you want to, but generally making more charcoal easier is much better in my opinion than making more iron. You can always respec later on down the line if you want to as well. So we've got another one here. We've got Steelmaker instead of the other thing that we had beforehand, which was Efficient Iron Maker. So we've got Steelmaker, which is an advanced version of this, which allows you to refine 2 units of iron into 1 unit of steel and 1 unit of crude iron as a byproduct. This is fine, but Curious Smelter is so much better, and so much so that I'm actually going to be putting that in A tier. I actually, a long time ago, when I was initially exploring the smithing tree, for kind of like I think I was doing a series very specifically focused on smithing. I think it was the Botanian Smith series. I thought that Curious Smelter was terrible. However, people told me in the comments, there was once one person in particular that told me, Curious Smelter is one of the most powerful perks ever, because it allows you to discover new part designs so incredibly easily. And this, combined with the other perk that I'm about to show you in just a moment, is one of the strongest combinations in the game. Just for smithing, okay? So you'll see exactly what I'm talking about there. Otherwise, Steelmaker is okay, but it's D tier. It's D tier. It's not very good. It's okay. You know, it's fine. But I'd highly recommend taking Curious Smith instead. Steelmaker 2, once again, same deal. If you want to make these, then take Steelmaker 1 and take Steelmaker 2. If you want to make them, then do that. But for me personally, I don't want to, because Curious Smith and Curious Smelter, which are the 2 things that I'm going to be putting into A tier right now, these things combined create one of the greatest things ever. Because basically what you can do with this, if you are a really low level smith, which is exactly what you should be at this point, you know, 50 and 75, that's pretty low, and you're creating stuff. Let's say that you're smelting stuff, you're refining, and you're smithing new weapons, and then you're smelting those new weapons down. Eventually, if you're creating the cheapest possible stuff, and you have a lot of charcoal, and you have a lot of resources, and so on and so forth, eventually you will have every single part in the tier 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 level weapon parts. Because it's just an infinite loop of things. Once you've unlocked something, you can't unlock it again. You can't get it again. So if you get a tier 1 piece, you can never get that exact tier 1 piece back. So if you continue to do the exact same thing over and over and over and over and over again, you will eventually unlock every single part in that particular weapon tree. So for example, if you want to make a really good one-handed weapon, or you want to make a really good two-handed, then just keep creating two-handed weapons, keep creating one-handed weapons, and then just smelt those same weapons down, and eventually you will unlock all of these parts, and then you'll be able to do whatever else you want with them. For example, you could just smelt them down again, and then you can respec, and then you can, you know, do Steelmaker 1 and 2 if you want to do that, and so on. It's really, really good. Experienced Smith versus Steelmaker 3. I personally, I don't really know about these, to be honest. I usually don't really care too much for Experienced Smith, because a 10% greater chance of creating fine weapons. You can create fine weapons as a base. You do not need Experienced Smith to be able to do that. So I usually take Steelmaker 3 and I put that in, I'm going to put that in C tier, just because it is, in my opinion, slightly better, and it allows you to refine 2 units of fine steel into 1 unit of Thermoskein steel. I'd highly recommend, once you're done with discovering all the parts and stuff like that, just respecking and going for Steelmaker 1, 2, and 3, because it's going to allow you so much more flexibility. It really will. So that's highly recommended. Otherwise, apart from that, we have Practical Refiner and Practical Smelter. So basically, this depends on what you want to... If you have a lot of things to smelt, then go for Practical Smelter. If you have a lot of things to refine, then go for Practical Refiner. But for me personally, I'd probably take smelting, because I'm usually someone that has a huge amount of loot. So I'm going to be putting them in B tier, because I think these are actually really, really strong if you are not playing with a mod that removes the stamina, okay? If you're not playing with the mod that I am, then, you know, because here's the thing, stamina is, in my opinion, one of the worst systems in the game, and that's just my own opinion on it, and I personally don't like it. But if you want to make it easier for yourself, then take one of these perks and then have a whale of a time, you know, it's going to be great. Otherwise, Controlled Smith versus Vigorous Smith. This is another one of those cases where I personally feel like these perks are really, really powerful. I think they're really, really impactful for you. So I think B is probably going to be where I'm going to put them. However, the main problem with these perks right here is that this is very lazy design, in my opinion. They don't have any secondary bonus. There's no secondary bonus to any of these other ones either. So I think that it's a bit sad, because Vigorous Smith, I feel like, should probably give you additional, I don't know, I don't know, melee damage or something. Maybe it can give you 5% additional melee damage or whatever, and then Controlled Smith can give you 5% additional range damage or something like that. Obviously, this is just a very loose suggestion, because I don't really care that much, because the attribute itself is very strong. So again, it just very much depends on if you are a melee focused character, or if you need the vigor attribute, or if you are a ranged focused character, or if you need the control attribute. That's what it comes down to. Otherwise, now we can move on to Artisan Smith or Practical Smith. So Practical Smith, F tier. I never use this. There's a reason why I never use this. However, here's the thing, okay? If you want to do something really, really micromanagey, then what you can do is you can spec into Practical Smith, smith all your weapons, okay? Smith all your weapons, and then go over to the arena, respec your perks, and take Artisan Smith. And then use this, okay? Because Artisan Smith is absolutely amazing. This is probably one of the most powerful perks in the entire game. I'm going to be putting it in A tier because of this. Minus 50% trade penalty when selling Smith weapons. You remember what I told you about smuggler connections earlier on? If you saw the Roguery area, then you'll know why this is amazing. Comboing both of these perks together, plus the... where's the other one? Where's the other trade bonus? I think that was in... I think I put that in B tier? I think I put it in B tier or something like that. But whatever the case, there is another perk that allows you to reduce the trade penalty somewhere. Where is that? Where actually is that? Where did I put that? Well, whatever the case, there was something that actually did reduce our trade penalty from somewhere else, and it is fantastic. It's really, really good. It actually might be something up here that I'm just not seeing properly, but whatever the case, it doesn't matter, because Artisan Smith and Smuggler Connections, best combo in the game if you want to make money. It really is. Trust me on that. It's so good. Really is so good. Just make sure you get a crime rating, okay? Just make sure you get a crime rating, and then you'll be golden. It will be so powerful for you. Anyway, Master Smith, I think this is basically pointless. This is a 7.5% greater chance of creating masterwork weapons. I think this is absolutely pointless, because you can already create masterwork weapons without having this. You don't need to increase the chances, and there is only one perk selection at this point, so it's F tier, 100% F tier. And then we have Enduring Smith and Fencer Smith. So Enduring Smith is basically, yeah, it's going to be going right next to the others, which is in B tier. This is really good, just because it gives you that additional attribute. That's it. For me personally, I think Fencer Smith is F tier. This is something that I personally doubt anyone is actually going to take, because you have so many focus points. You have so many focus points, and by this point in the game, when you have 225 in smithing, you'll probably already have, you know, the maximum amount in one-handed or two-handed or both that you want. If you don't, then by all means take it, you know, because it can actually be relatively useful for you. And you can also do that, you know, little tricky method that I told you about before, where you can just take it, level up the relevant skills, and then you can respec. So you can do it that way. Oh yeah, my favorite perks in the whole game. Haha, sarcasm not included right there. Anyway, yes, these are absolutely god-awful. I hate them really, really badly. F tier. If I could put them in Z tier, then I would, because I really don't like these at all. I think these are absolutely awful. Okay? No offense to you, by the way, if you like these perks, or any of the perks that I have included so far in my F tier here, but Sharpened Edge and Sharpened Tip, 2%. 2% for a 250th level. perk. Really? 2%? That's it? That's all you're gonna give us? 2%? I am just absolutely speechless by how absolutely terrible these perks are. It is really, really bad. I'm not going to rant about it for too long, okay? Let's move on. Legendary Smith. This has a 5% greater chance of creating legendary weapons. Chance increases by 1% for every 5 skill points above 275. I think that this text in the tooltip is bugged. I think it's actually bugged, because surely it can't mean every 5 skill points above 275. It must be every 5 skill points above 50 or above something like that, because 1% for every 5 skill points above 275, and you get it at 275, so it doesn't even give you, I mean, it gives you 5% chance, and that's it. 5% greater chance, and then it gives you 1% for every 5 skill points above 275. I mean, how long do they want you to grind this skill? You know what I mean? It's literally like, wow, it gives you that much? Really? 5%? No, that's literally that's an F tier right there. I don't like it. I don't like it at all. I think that's absolutely terrible. Smithing skill in general, however, I think is very nice. I like it quite a bit. I'll probably put this in A tier, just because it has the ability to provide you with millions of gold if you want to do that, or if you just want to use it to create your own weapon that you really like using, then it's good. It's a good tree. I just love to see it expanded. I want to see it used to create armor. I want to create armor like this. I want to create, you know, my own bows and my own crossbows, and obviously that's not smithing, but you know, it's fletching and all that stuff, and it would be really cool if we actually had the ability to do that too. But creating your own armor would be amazing as well with smithing. Let's move on. Alright, so here we have the two-handed skill tree. Okay, so first off, we're going to go for Strong Grip or Woodchopper. So Woodchopper is basically thematic, once again. If you are using a Viking-based character, or if you want to use an axe, or you want to use something that is really big and stompy that destroys shields super, super fast, then take Woodchopper. If you want to swing your two-handed weapons faster, then take Strong Grip. For me personally, I think that Strong Grip is better, so I'm going to be putting that in B tier, and Woodchopper is going to go in C, just because it is, again, thematic. If you want to destroy those shields, go for Woodchopper. There is nothing wrong with this perk whatsoever. I actually think it's a pretty good one, but because of the addition of this plus 30 two-handed skills to infantry troops in your formation from Strong Grip, that's the only reason why it becomes better. Just because the secondary bonus of Woodchopper is 15% in additional damage against shields by troops in your formation. That's not very useful. Sure, yeah, it can have its use cases, but it is not as useful as the other one. On the Edge, or Head Basher. So Head Basher is going to be a D tier straight away, because this basically is, once again, thematic. If you're using two-handed axes and maces, by all means take Head Basher if you want, whereas On the Edge is just a little better, because it provides you with swing speed with two-handed weapons, so that means that you're not limited to maces or axes, but On the Edge is slightly better just for that fact. Baptized in Blood or Show of Strength. Show of Strength I absolutely love. I think this is actually a maybe A tier. Yeah, no. I can't put it in A tier. I can't put it in A tier. It's too random to put it in A tier. Okay, so we'll put it in B just because it is strong. Yeah, it is strong. It is solid, because what it does, 30% chance of knocking the enemy down with a heavy hit. Most of the time with a two-handed weapon, you're probably going to hit the enemy pretty hard. So 30% chance to knock them down. That's fantastic. That basically makes it so that they are, indeed, defenseless. And that's exactly what you want. Apart from that, Baptized in Blood is actually something that is really, really nice too. If you don't want Show of Strength, Baptized in Blood is actually a really good perk as well, because plus 5 experience to infantry in your party for each enemy you kill with a two-handed weapon. That can be very powerful if you have a bunch of people that need to level up really, really fast, and you're really good at killing things. Then take Baptized in Blood. It's super, super nice. And it also provides your party, or should we say your melee troops in your party, 5% additional experience after every battle. So it is actually really good. I would basically say that both of these are on par with each other. It just very much depends on what you personally want your character to have access to. Do you want to be a slightly better trainer of your army, or do you want to be slightly better in personal combat? Because that's where Show of Strength is definitely going to edge out the other one. Okay, so Shield Breaker or Beast Slayer. Once again, this is another case of, do you want to destroy shields really fast, or do you want to destroy mounts really fast? I personally would put both of these in C. I don't really see why either of these would be any different than the other one, because Beast Slayer right here, okay? Beast Slayer is really, really good if you want to kill enemy horses. Plus 50% damage to mounts with two-handed weapons. This can really save you if you're on foot, for example, or if you're on your mount and you want to take an enemy off their mount. It's really, really strong. So I'd recommend that if you are facing the Crusade, or if you're facing a huge amount of mounted troops in general. However, Shield Breaker is really good, again, if it's thematic. If you want to destroy shields faster, then just take Shield Breaker. That's just what it comes down to. It's all very circumstantial here. Confidence or Berserker. I hate Confidence. I think it's one of the worst perks in the game, so I'm not going to be... I should rant about it. I really should rant about it for another 200 years, but I'm not going to do that. Berserker is far and away the better perk, and I'm going to be putting that in B. And now here's the reasoning, okay? The reasoning for this is that you get 20% additional damage with two-handed weapons when you have less than half of your hit points. So usually if you're starting off at the beginning of the game, you have 100 HP, and if you have less than 50 HP, you're going to gain 20% additional damage. On the flip side, Confidence gives you 15% damage with two-handed weapons while you have more than 90% of your hit points. There's a very easy fix for this. Just make it so that Confidence gives you more damage when you are above 50% HP, because Berserker is below 50% HP. The fact that this is 90% means that you have to stay at full HP basically the entire time that you're fighting. And I personally don't believe that anyone is really going to be able to do that unless you are either very lucky or you are just attacking very, very rarely and not really getting stuck in there. Because 90% hit points, that's basically one attack, right? If you get shot by someone, or if you're on a mount or whatever, and you get a thrown weapon, at you, or even if you just get a little bit of a hit from someone on the ground, you're going to go to below 90%. And so this is going to deactivate itself almost immediately, and that's the reason why I don't like it at all, because it's basically never helping you. It's basically never helping you at all. So Confidence is one of the worst perks in my opinion, because you're gonna take damage, you know? The reason why I say 50% or above HP is because that would just give it a lot more synergy with Berserker, and if you think that you're gonna be above 50% HP most of the time, then this is a really, really good perk, and it would actually increase in my tier list massively. It would go to A tier probably if it was above 50%, because most of the time, if you're a person that's actually fighting in a battle, you probably want to, keep yourself pretty high in HP, right? So yeah, Confidence would be great then. However, as it is right now, no, F tier. Blade Master, actually, wait a minute, no, Projectile Deflection is what we're going to be going for next. Okay, so here's the thing with Projectile Deflection. I've never used this in the history of me playing the game. I know, it's a bit of a travesty, isn't it? Because this is a thing that allows you to deflect projectiles with two-handed swords by blocking. I've never done this before, so I'm going to be putting this in B tier just because it sounds great. It sounds like a really, really solid perk. I've just never used it. So that's all it comes down to. From what I can tell, from what it does, or from what it says it does, it sounds amazing. But I've never done it, so B tier it is. Otherwise, we have the 175th level perk now. So we have Hope or we have Terror. So what it comes down to here is, do you want your troops to never retreat? In that case, take Hope. Do you want your troops, shall we say, do you want your enemy troops to retreat and run away? Do you want your enemies to run before you and hear the lamentations of the women and so on and so forth? You know what I mean. You get that reference, right? Anyway, Terra is obviously going to be the thing that you want to take in that case. I'm going to be putting these both into B tier because they are actually both really good. They both have use cases, and it very much depends on what you personally want as yourself. For me personally, I prefer to take Terra, but that doesn't mean that Hope is bad. I just like Terra more, and that's all it is. So apart from that, we also have, now we're moving on to 225th, actually wait, no, 200th level perks actually, and Thick Hides. Thick Hides is A tier, straight up. A tier immediately. Thick Hides is amazing. The reason for this? 5 HP and 5 hit points to troops in your party. In other words, this is something that is going to synergize with Unwavering Defense, with, let me see here, what else? Well Built, and Ignore Pain. Thick Hides is absolutely amazing for that. Unwavering Defense, Well Built, Ignore Pain, Thick Hides, all together is going to literally provide you with 20 additional HP and huge amounts of additional armor as well for your infantry troops. And for your archers, some of the things for your archers. Also, Thick Hides actually does apply to cavalry as well, so you also have that too. So Thick Hides is absolutely amazing. It may even be S tier because it does apply to every single one of your troops, but A tier is what it's going to be in for the moment because the personal benefit that it provides you is a little bit meh, in my opinion. 5 HP, I'm not really a big fan of these 5 HP increases. I think they really could have given you more than that. You know, 10 HP or something here and there would have been really, really nice. But anyway, Reckless Charge is actually fine. It's not great, so I'm going to be putting it in C tier because the other alternative is just so much better. But if you want to do more damage with speed, with two-handed weapons while on foot, then by all means take Reckless Charge. But for me personally, it is just not as good. It's basically got the same issue that Surging Blow has, but it's just less damage. And that's it. But you can obviously stack these as far as I'm aware. You can stack both of these. So you can see here plus 30% damage bonus from speed while on foot, and then plus 20% damage bonus from speed with two-handed weapons while on foot. And then you also have the other thing, which is, I think, up here somewhere, which we put into B tier, I think. Is it? I don't know. It's somewhere here, somewhere. I don't know. I don't know where it is now, but there was another thing that actually provided another bonus to speed with damage and so on. So yeah, there's a bunch of things that you can do to increase your damage with speed bonus, but I don't really think that that's necessary at that point because two-handed weapons do so much damage anyway. Anyway, so we've got Blade Master and Vandal here. So this very much depends on if you're fighting, as I said before earlier in the video, if you're fighting high protection targets, so people that have plate armor, people that have a lot of armor in general, then Vandal is going to be really, really powerful for you. But if you're going to be killing things like peasants and stuff, well, you don't really need the damage anyway from Blade Master. So for me personally, I think Blade Master is more of a D tier perk, and I think Vandal is going to be B tier. Because Vandal is actually really good. It's actually a really, really solid perk. 25% armor penetration. Most of the time, you will need help killing high protection targets, unless you have a really, really big stonky weapon that is just going to absolutely murder everything. Otherwise, Way of the Great Axe, as I said to you before, I am really not a big fan of these Way of the things. I don't think that they're very good, but it's still going to go into B tier just because it does provide a lot more, shall we say, usability for the particular weapon in question. It's okay. Where did I put Way of the Sword, by the way? Did I put Way of the Sword over... Oh, I put this in C tier, actually. Yeah, you know what? I'm going to put it in C tier again. Why not? It's fine. I just would prefer there to be some kind of cool ability that you can use as an activatable. And that would be amazing. Don't you think it would be super cool to have like a big, stonky, two-handed weapon, and then you're going to activate it by pressing this key, and then it's going to play some animation, and then you do massive damage in an area around you, or you destroy the person's shield in front of you, or whatever. Maybe you hit multiple targets at once with your two-handed weapon, or I don't know, just something like that. Something, a little bit of extra flavor to it. And apart from that, two-handed as a skill is going to go in A tier because I personally really like two-handed. I think it's a super, super fun skill. It's not the most powerful thing in the world, but I think it is actually really, really fun to play with. Let's move on. Alright, so it's time to tackle tactics. Yes. Okay, so tight formations versus loose formations. I personally prefer loose formations, but that very much depends on if you want to use shield wall a huge amount, or if you want to use things like line, or loose, circle, or scatter. For me personally, I really prefer loose formations just because I'm mostly using line, so I'm going to be going for B. But if you do use shield wall, that doesn't mean that tight formations is bad, so I'm going to be putting them both in B tier. I think they're both solid perks, and if you want to use them, it very much depends on your own playstyle. We're going to move on to the 50th level now. So Decisive Battle, Extended Skirmish. So basically what this means is 5% movement speed to troops in your formation in plains, steppes, and deserts. 5% increased damage in plains, steppes, and deserts when your troops are sent to confront the enemy. In other words, auto-resolves. This is all to do with auto-resolves. Tactics is all to do with that, and a variety of other, niche cases. So Extended Skirmish is all about snowy and forest. Decisive Battle is all about plains, steppes, and deserts. So it very much depends on where you're fighting. If you yourself are playing as the Azurai, or if you're playing as Khuzait, or if you're playing as Empire, then Decisive Battle is much better. But if you're playing as Sturgians or you're playing as Botanians, then Extended Skirmish is better. So once again, these are literally just a case of, well, what are you playing? And I'd recommend, I'm going to put them in C tier, to be honest, because for me personally, I think these are actually pretty boring perks, but, that's just how it is, I mean, what else are they going to do, I guess, about these things? Otherwise, we've got 75th level perks now, Small Unit Tactics, Horde Leader. Alright, so for me personally, I hate Small Unit Tactics. I think Small Unit Tactics is just awful. I think this is really, really terrible, actually, because it provides you with +1 troop for the hideout crew. In other words, when you're attacking a bandit hideout. Why? Why does that matter? Why do I need an additional troop? That's not going to make any difference whether I win or not. Usually that's not going to make any difference at all. So I don't really understand why anyone would take this. However, it does provide your troops with 5% movement speed in your formation when there are less than 15 soldiers, which is also a thing that is very niche use. This is very much a case of, is this actually any good for any reason in the early game? Because let's face it, if you are at 75 in tactics, you're more than likely going to have more than 15 soldiers, aren't you? In my opinion, at least. You're more than likely going to have more than those. So I don't actually understand why this is actually even a perk. I think this is a huge waste of a perk in my opinion. And Horde Leader is far and away much better just because it gives you that additional party size early on, especially as a 75th level perk. That is pretty useful. So I'm going to put that in C tier because even though it is useful, it is not the most amazing thing, and I don't really care about it that much. It's not that, it's fine. It's okay, and that's exactly what C tier is for me. It's okay. Alright, let's go on to the 100th level perks now. Coaching and Lawkeeper. So Coaching, 3% damage when, plus 3% damage when your troops are sent to confront the enemy, and Lawkeeper is 10% damage against bandits when your troops are sent to confront the enemy. So basically this comes down to, are you going to be fighting bandits or are you going to be fighting vassals? Very much depends on what that is. For me personally, I'd probably recommend taking Lawkeeper just because you early on are probably going to be fighting quite a few bandits. However, this isn't really that early in the tactics skill tree. You are going to need 100 skill to get this perk, so just for that reason, I'm going to be putting it in D tier, because it is just not very good. At this level, 100th level, you're not going to be really using it that much. So I'm going to recommend taking Coaching instead, because that is going to provide you with that 3% additional damage against every single troop. And don't even get me started on the secondary bonus of Coaching. Have you seen what it is? Is that plus 1% damage? Plus 1% damage by troops in your formation. I'm actually going to be putting this in D tier as well. Actually, you know what? I'm going to put Coaching in F. I'm sorry, I've reevaluated it instantly upon seeing that secondary bonus. It's really just terrible. 3% damage is terrible to begin with, but 1% damage, I mean, really spare it, you know? Come on now. That's really, really awful. Swift Regroup versus Improviser. 125th level perks. So, minus 15% disorganized state duration when a raid or siege is broken. This is actually really, really powerful. Also, minus 50% troops left behind when escaping from battles. This is also really, really strong if you find yourself, you know, needing to get away at any point. It's actually really good. Improviser is also actually kind of good too. So, no morale penalty or for disorganized state in battles, in sally out, or when being attacked. And minus 25% loss of troops when breaking into or out of a settlement under siege. Both of these are great. These are both B tier for me. I think both of these are really, really good because they have a wide variety of use cases. You're going to be able to make good value out of either of these. So very much depends on if you are someone that wants to do hit and run attacks, in which case Swift Regroup is really good, or if you are someone that is moving really slowly, maybe you're an infantry-based army or something like that, and in which case you're probably going to have some difficulties getting away, and so, you know, having no morale penalty from disorganized state would probably be pretty good, and or maybe you want to defend against you know, various sieges, in which case a 25% loss of troops, minus 25% loss of troops when breaking into a settlement is actually pretty good. Not too bad. I actually think that's pretty nice. Otherwise, we'll move on to the 150th level perks now. So we have Call to Arms. That basically means you get plus 10% movement speed to parties called to your army. So if you're an army leader, this is obviously what you want to go for. Also, army commander here as well. Minus 15% influence required to call troops to your party. And then on the march, on the other hand, is minus 20% fortification bonus to enemies when troops are sent to confront the enemy. So basically, this means if you're going to use auto-resolve in a siege. For me personally, I think On the March is not so good. I think it's okay, but I don't really use it that much. Call to Arms is slightly better, but I'm actually still going to put it in D tier. I think both of these are not very good. Make them pay or pick them off the walls. So this is where things get a little bit better, maybe a little bit better. Anyway, if you are the engineer, then this is obviously what you want to take. Either one of these. Both of these are actually really, really good. For me personally, I'd probably recommend pick them off the walls. 25% chance for dealing double damage to siege defender troops in siege bombardment. In other words, every single time you do damage to the enemy forces, you have a 25% chance to eliminate double the amount that you've already taken out. So if you eliminate 4 of them, you're going to eliminate 8 instead. And I think that's actually pretty powerful. However, Make Them Pay is also just as good because being able to do more damage to defender siege engines, I think that's also pretty solid. So they're okay. We're going to put them in C tier. They're all right. You know, they're not amazing, but they're fine. Anyway, Elite Reserves or Encirclement. Minus 20% less damage to tier 3 plus units when troops are sent to confront the enemy, or 5% damage to outnumbered enemies when troops are sent to confront the enemy. Both of these are okay. Just put them in C tier. I don't. Can you tell that I don't really care that much about the tactics tree? Most of these are not very impactful at the moment, and these are the 200th level skill perks. In my opinion, I think the tactics tree needs to be more impactful for some other reason apart from just being the auto-resolve thing. You know, some of them can actually be really, really strong, but I haven't really seen anything super strong just yet. So let's hope that we actually do get to something that actually provides us with the, oh my god, that's so amazing moment, you know? That would be really, really cool. Anyway, Besieged. Plus 10% damage while besieged when troops are sent to confront the enemy. That's actually really good. And also a plus 50% influence gain from winning sieges. Yeah, that's also really good. However, let's take a look at pre-battle maneuvers. Plus 25% influence gain from winning battles. That's all right, not amazing. And then the other bonus that we have here is plus 1% damage per 100 skill difference with the enemy when troops are sent to confront the enemy. Okay. What is that perk? That is really, really bad. That is going to go in F tier. This is a really, really bad skill. This secondary bonus, if I'm not misconstruing it and I am not misunderstanding what this does, but basically, from the way I understand it, 1% damage per 100 skill difference with the enemy. I'm gonna assume they're referring to tactics skill, right? So with this perk, let's say that you have 225 in tactics, and let's say the enemy has 25 in tactics. So that means per 100 skill difference. In other words, that means you're gonna gain 2% additional damage when you auto-resolve. That's it. That's all you're going to get. 2% additional damage. For me personally, I think that's just absolutely awful in comparison to Besiege, which I personally think is amazing for siege defenses, and you're also going to get plus 50% influence gain from winning sieges. This is obviously from winning battles, but this is from winning sieges, and you're going to get a huge amount of influence from this. So Besieged is actually going to go all the way to B tier. I think it's actually really good just for the 10% increased damage while besieged when troops are sent to confront the enemy, because in a siege defense, sometimes you need to auto-resolve, and besieged is going to really help you out a great deal. Alright, let's move on. Counter-offensive and gendarme. And so what we have here is plus 10% damage when troops are sent to confront the attacking enemy in a field battle. That's actually not too bad. And the secondary bonus for counter-offensive is plus 10% damage when troops are sent to confront the enemy while outnumbered. Not bad, not bad. As most of the time you're probably going to be outnumbered unless you are fighting in your very own army, so this is actually pretty good. However, gendarme is absolutely terrible. F. Yes. Counter-offensive is okay. I think I'll put it in C. It's not bad, like all the things in D tier or thematic or anything like that. It's just okay. It's decent, but gendarme is just absolutely awful. Really, really bad. So tactical mastery is the last thing. I've actually never unlocked tactical mastery ever, because I've never leveled my tactics skill to 275. So this is what it does. Plus 0.5% damage for every skill point above 200 tactics when troops are sent to confront the enemy. Now this is actually really, really strong. In my opinion, this is probably one of the strongest perks in the game if you want to auto-resolve. If you want to auto-resolve a huge amount of times, get this, and then you will never, probably at least, never lose an auto-resolve ever again, unless you are obviously auto-resolving against something that is really, really strong, so like a 2,000 strong army or something. But yeah, this is really, really strong. So I'm actually going to be putting this in A tier. It is really good, actually. It is really, really good for what it is. Obviously, this is, for me personally, I think this is really strong, but I've never used it. So I'm only going by what I think is going to be a very, very strong showing here. Because just think about it, 75 divided by 2, obviously that's what you're going to get. So you're going to get something like, what, 32.5% or something, right? Is it? Yeah, 32.5 or something. Yeah, so 32.5% increased damage. That's insane in comparison to these other things that you get from tactics, which give you 2% damage, for example, pre-battle maneuvers. Who cares about that when you get something that gives you 32% in one go? I don't know. Tactics skill for me is a really, really weird really weird skill, and I personally don't like it. I think it is wasted. I think the perks are middling, to be honest, and I don't like it. So I'm going to be putting it in D tier. It's not an F tier. It's not F tier, but it's just, I don't know. I think it could be very strong. So what I'm going to say to you right now is that tactics isn't a terrible skill. It is just very specific. You're going to have to use it in a very specific way. There are some good perks in it, so don't discount it. But if you want to create a, shall we say, an auto-resolving based character, then tactics skill is obviously going to be something that you want to get. So for me personally, it's very thematic, but I'm not a big fan of it. I think that the perk selection is it wildly differs. Sometimes there are amazing things, and other times, well, most of the time, there's pretty terrible stuff. Let's move on. Alright, so next up is throwing skill. Alright, so this is actually one of my favorite ranged skills in the whole game, actually. I don't know, we haven't really done the others just yet, but I think bow skill is obviously the most, shall we say, generalized. Bow skill you can use pretty much anywhere, which is good. That's great. You know, you can use it on a horse, you can use it in a field battle, you can use it in a siege offense, you can use it in a siege defense, you can use it anywhere you want. Throwing skill, on the other hand, is a little bit different. You can use it in a field battle, you can, of course, use it in sieges. However, throwing skill is a little bit more niche in that regard. However, you're going to see exactly what I'm talking about here. Alright, so quick draw or shield breaker. So minus 20% draw speed with throwing weapons. I actually have no idea what this actually means. Does this mean taking it out of the little bag that you have? I'm going to assume that that's what it means. So I'll put that in C. I think that's absolutely fine. I mean, it's okay. Shield breaker is obviously self-explanatory. Basically just means that you get 40% additional damage to shields with throwing weapons. This is slightly better than other things, so I'm going to put it in B tier. However, later down the line, you're not actually going to need this if you take the same perk that I'm going to suggest that you take, but yeah, it doesn't really matter either way. I think Shield Breaker is still a good perk. It's a solid perk for throwing weapons, at least in my opinion, because you can do a huge amount of damage, really, to shields. Otherwise, Flexible Fighter or Hunter. So Hunter is really, really bad in my opinion. I don't like it at all. It means that you can do 40% additional damage to mounts with throwing weapons. For me personally, if you're using a Javelin, you do not need 40% additional damage. That's at least what I've seen in the past when I've used throwing weapons. It's been some time since I've actually used throwing weapons, so maybe this is different from what I remember. But Javelins usually have the capability to eliminate an enemy horse in one attack pretty easily. If you can get a headshot, even better. But whatever the case, I think Flexible Fighter is so much better just purely for the fact of the secondary bonus. The secondary bonus gives you plus 15 control skills to infantry and plus 15 vigor skills to archers in your formation. In other words, if you have infantry that also have control skills, so for example throwing weapons, or they have, I don't know, crossbows, or they have something like that, they can gain benefits from that. So that's actually going to be super, super powerful for you. And then archers will also gain the ability to do more damage with their melee attacks. So I think Flexible Fighter is actually going to be a B tier here. It is not really amazing, but it's very solid in my opinion. And also being able to do 10% more damage when you switch your throwing weapon to a melee weapon, that's also relatively good. Apart from that, we have the next one, Mounted Skirmishers and Well Prepared. So Mounted Skirmisher, minus 20% accuracy penalty with throwing weapons while mounted. Basically, you have to take this every single time if you want to be mounted. I'd recommend putting that in B tier. I'm putting that in B tier at least. Well Prepared is okay if you want more ammunition, but I'm going to be putting that in C tier. If you want more ammunition, then go for it, but this only gives you one, which is maybe good. Yeah, maybe good some of the time. But if you're not mounted, then take Well Prepared. If you are mounted, then please take Mounted Skirmisher, because it's going to make a big difference to your accuracy. Otherwise, let's go on to Knockoff or Running Throw. So Knockoff is giving you the chance of dismounting enemy cavalry with a heavy hit with your throwing weapons. Running Throw, on the other hand, is providing you with a damage bonus from speed with throwing weapons. So if you are indeed let's say that you're on a mount and you're going to throw your throwing weapons at a particular apex of your charge forward, then Running Throw can be really, really powerful. Also, if you use it when you're running on foot, it can be kind of useful too, but a little bit less so. Knockoff is a little bit more niche, in my opinion. So I'm going to put Knockoff in D, because I don't actually really like it that much. I don't really like running throw either, but the captain skill here, this is where it gets really good. If you have a bunch of troops that have throwing weapons, please get running throw. It's going to be very powerful for you. Plus 30 throwing skill to troops in your formation. This is only in your formation, so I will be putting it in C tier because it is not overall. You do have to be in their formation. You have to be the captain of their formation to actually make that work. So now we'll go on to skirmishers or saddlebags. So saddlebags, in my opinion, if you're mounted, is fantastic. I'd highly recommend going for that. Because that just gives you 2 additional throwing weapons, which is absolutely fantastic. If you're using a bunch of Azurai javelins, then or harpoons, if you're using harpoons or the Azurai equivalent to those, you will literally just murder people. You'll kill them in 1 hit, super easily with this, and you'll have 2 additional chances to kill people in 1 hit. So that's a no-brainer, right? That's a no-brainer. Otherwise, skirmisher is really good if you are not on a mount. So if you're not on a mount, then by all means take skirmisher, because this is really good. Minus 10% damage taken by ranged attacks while holding a throwing weapon. It's good. It's fine. You know, I would probably recommend it if you're not mounted, as I say. If you're not mounted, by all means get this. But yeah. It's okay. It's solid. All right. Anyway, focus or last hit. So 25% zoom with throwing weapons. F. Last hit. 50% damage to enemies with less than half of their hit points left. F. This is our first double F example right here. So these 2 perks. Okay, the reasoning behind this is you don't need zoom with thrown weapons. Or at least I don't. I don't know. I never use zoom with thrown weapons. Sometimes I do, and I just personally don't really see the point in it. Last hit is basically pointless as well, because 50% additional damage to enemies with less than half of their hit points left. Okay, here's the thing. If this applies to anything but thrown weapons, then this could be a little bit more useful. But if it only applies to thrown weapons, then it is a clear F tier. So as a result of that, shall we say, ambiguousness, I'm going to be putting it into D tier instead, okay? Because maybe it is actually applying to other skills. For example, one-handed, two-handed, and so on and so forth. Because it doesn't say. It doesn't say. It just says plus 50% damage to enemies with less than half of their hit points left. I'm going to assume that it is indeed throwing weapons only. And if it is indeed throwing weapons only, then this should be an F tier. Because it's just terrible. I'm sorry. It's just absolutely awful. Anyway, Headhunter or throwing competitions. Okay, throwing competitions. F. Yep. Easy. Purely because minus 20% upgrade cost for infantry troops, who cares about that, especially when you get to 175 in thrown weapons, because at that point you probably have a relatively decent income from a variety of sources, whether that be workshops, caravans, mercenary work, vassalage, you know, maybe you have some fiefs available to yourself, maybe you're doing trading, maybe you're doing smithing, maybe you're doing roguery and you're just attacking people and selling the loot, or whatever. There is no need for minus 20% upgrade cost of infantry troops. Who cares? That doesn't make any difference. Headhunter, on the other hand, is actually not terrible. It's okay, but most of the time this isn't really going to... It's not really going to make a difference to whether you actually kill someone. This is only useful if you're using throwing axes, okay? Throwing axes, because they do less damage than javelins. So if you're using throwing axes, Headhunter is just pure, you have to take it, okay? You have to take it, because javelins, on the other hand, they're probably going to kill in 1 hit most of the time when you get a headshot, but throwing axes might not, dependent on the person's helmet. So that's what that comes down to. Anyway, we've now got Resourceful and Splinters. So this is also another throwing axes thing. Triple damage against shields with throwing axes. This is obviously very much dependent on a use case, case-by-case basis, shall we say. I'm going to be putting it in D tier, however, because I personally don't like it, but it is really, really strong if you want to destroy shields. If you want to destroy shields, this is going to do so much damage, and also your troops are also going to be dealing insane damage against shields with their thrown weapons. So if you personally want to destroy the enemy's shields and have them be completely and utterly useless against you, then take Splinters, because it's actually really, really good. It is actually good. It's just not something that I personally recommend taking over Resourceful. I think Resourceful is much better because I personally prefer using Javelins, and I like the +2 Javelins that this gives me. So I'm going to be putting this in probably B, but it's not, it's good, but it's not, you know, it's not like A tier material or anything like that. It's solid. So it also gives you 10% experience for battles to troops in your party equipped with throwing weapons, which is basically going to be all of your people potentially, but yeah. Anyway, now we can move on to the 225th level perks. So this is Long Reach or Perfect Technique. Right. So Perfect Technique increases your damage basically, because this allows you to increase the travel speed to your throwing weapons. So in other words, when you're throwing your javelins, they're going to travel through the air so much faster. And Long Reach, you can pick up items from the ground while mounted. So this depends on if you are mounted and if you want to pick up javelins from the ground, which could be useful. Could definitely be useful. And it also provides you with plus 20% morale and renown gained from battles won. So Long Reach is actually not bad, and I'm actually going to be putting it in B tier. I actually think it's a relatively solid perk. It provides you with something a little bit more interesting than 5% increased damage here and 2% increased swing speed and so on and so forth, because I hate those. I think they're really annoying, but it does provide you with something a little bit more versatile, which I like. Perfect Technique is something that's also going to go in B tier, because this very much depends on what you want to do. For me personally, I don't really know what I would take. I think I'd probably take Perfect Technique, just because if I run out of javelins, I'll probably just get off my mount and pick up some stuff. I don't really care about the morale or renown gain increases, because in other trees, you're going to be getting more bonuses for those particular resources. So you're not really going to need it from Long Reach unless it stacks, but we don't know whether it stacks, because you need to test it out, and it's all annoying and stuff. But yeah, anyway, Perfect Technique is really good in my opinion, and probably something that I take most of the time anyway. Okay, so now we're getting to the favorites of mine. Yes, Impale. I love this, and this is going into S tier. You know why? You know why? You know why? You know why? Yes, javelins you throw can penetrate shields. That's all I have to say. That's all I have to say. That basically means that any enemy that has a shield, they don't when you throw a javelin at them. Oh yeah. It's amazing. It's so amazing. Really, really fantastic. I love it. It's probably one of my favorite perks in the whole game, just because it has the ability to fundamentally change your mindset in regards to seeing a unit with a shield. Because you're going to see a unit with a shield and you're going to be like, aha, I can just shoot my javelin straight through there, and it's going to be amazing. So there's that. That's the reason. Anyway, weak spot. This gives you armor penetration with throwing weapons. I don't know why you'd take this, but it's actually okay if you want to take it. So I'm going to put it in C tier. If you want to take it really badly, then by all means, this is obviously very much a case of throwing axes versus javelins, in my opinion. I'd highly recommend, if you're using javelins, to take Impale. I think it is far and away the better perk. However, weak spot is going to be your option if you are using throwing axes. That's basically what it comes down to. And then we get to the standard thing that we get at the end of every single, every single perk, that basically provides you with a percentage of a small amount of, some kind of increase. So travel speed increase and damage increase for throwing weapons for every skill point above 200. This is obviously fantastic, but I mean, no offense, but this is such a boring skill. I'm just going to be putting it in C tier once again. It's good, don't get me wrong. It really does do an amazing amount for you. It increases your damage. It makes you feel very powerful. But from a design standpoint, it's just not very fun. It does make you experience more fun, so maybe I should put it in B tier. Yeah, okay, fine. We'll put it in B tier just because with a javelin that is high in damage, and when you have, you know, the other things like resourceful and you have impale, unstoppable force turns your javelins into one-shot kills that are super fast traveling through the air, and they can be very, very fun to use. So sure, unstoppable force is slightly more fun than the other things like Way of the Great Axe and Way of the Sword and so on and so forth, but it is a little bit of a boring, you know, boring percentage increase, you know what I mean? Anyway, throwing skill as a whole, what should it be? In my opinion, it's an A tier thing. I think it's really, really fun. I like it a great deal. I was actually thinking of putting it into S tier for a moment, but actually, yeah, you know what? I'm going to put it into S tier. I really like throwing weapons, okay? I really like throwing weapons. They are more fun for me than bows, and crossbows, obviously we haven't gotten to that yet, but crossbows for me are a bit of a mixed bag. So for me personally, I really love throwing, so S tier it is. Alright, so this is going to be pretty easy for me. This is medicine. So I have a lot of experience with medicine skill, and I personally love it. I think it is one of the best skills in the entire game, just because it gives you so many game-breaking perks. Alright, so we're going to take a look at them right now. So preventive medicine, 100% S tier. It's S tier straight away. Yeah, I know. But this is purely for the fact that the usage of this thing is so amazing. And on the other hand, self-medication, which is the other perk on the 25th level, that is going to be B tier. I think it is a strong perk, but it is nothing in comparison to preventive medicine. So preventive medicine, what does it do? Well, it gives you 5 hit points, which, well, by itself, that's absolutely useless. However, the secondary bonus is this: plus 30% recovery of lost hit points after each battle. Now, the use case for this is you're knocked unconscious in one battle, right? You can't do anything then, right? No, that's actually wrong, because what you can do is you can then run around to loot a fight or whatever, fight them in an auto-resolve, and get your hit points back. You get 40% of your HP back, or 30% of your HP. I mean, it says 30% HP, but obviously sometimes you're going to get more, sometimes you're going to get less, dependent on, you know, how much total HP you actually have. Anyway, the point is you're going to gain a significant amount of your HP back. So then what you're going to do is you're going to go into another auto-resolve against another band of looters, and you're going to get more HP back, and then you're basically at 70%, you're at 75%, 80%, and then you can, well, go into another battle, and you can be perfectly fine and well in the knowledge that you can participate in that battle in a manual fashion. You don't have to auto-resolve anymore. So that's the reason why preventive medicine is absolutely amazing. Really, really strong. All right, let's move on. Triage tent and walk it off. Okay, so basically this is all about whether you want to wait in a town or not. But I personally think walk it off is really good. And so much so, I'm going to be putting it in A tier. Primarily because of the secondary bonus. You get plus 10 hit points recovery after each offensive battle. So you remember what I said about preventive medicine? Well, if you think about what I just told you, if you go into battles with looters and you are the offensive force, you're going to gain an additional 10 hit points recovery after each battle, plus preventive medicine activating at the same time. So walk it off is just absolutely amazing, super, super fantastic. Triage tent, on the other hand, is a solid skill. It's absolutely solid. I'm going to be putting it in B tier. And then we have Sledges and Doctor's Oath. Doctor's Oath, you know where I'm putting this. Doctor's Oath is S tier. It is far and away one of the best perks in the whole game, just because you are able to level up your medicine skill so incredibly fast. You can take a huge amount of prisoners. It has a massive amount of synergy with Roguery skill. It's so, so good. And then you also get +5 hit points. You also get +5 hit points as a little bonus. So why not? You know, that's all right. And then we have Sledges here, which is actually still relatively strong. It provides you with 50% increased party speed, or should we say, actually, it gives you less penalty from wounded troops. So that's actually really useful. It also provides your mounts with 15 additional HP, but that's neither here nor there. So I'm going to be putting that in B tier because it is actually a solid perk. It's just nothing in comparison to Doctor's Oath. So that's the reason why. Otherwise, good lodging and best medicine. So what do we have here? Well, this is again one of those things where basically it is, are you going to be waiting in a settlement or are you going to be running around? Well, best medicine is usually what I will end up taking, and I'm probably going to be putting that into A tier because that gives you 15% increased healing rate while party morale is above 70, which is usually what it is for me, unless you're at the beginning of the game and you're having difficulties getting into a huge amount of battles, in which case I'd recommend probably taking the other one. But best medicine is the best late game perk at this level, at this skill level. Because 100 to 100 skill level is really going to make a huge difference. Late game, it's really, really good. Otherwise, good lodging is actually fine. It's a good perk, and I'm going to be putting it in B tier. This is the most that we've put in high tier things. This is the reason why I say that medicine skill is probably one of the best, just because they have so many good perks. Absolutely amazing. Also, we then have Siege Medic and Veterinarian. So Siege Medic is actually really good too. 50% chance of getting troops wounded instead of killed during Siege Bombardment. And you also have a 30% chance to recover from lethal wounds during Siege Bombardment. And that is obviously if you are the surgeon. This is if you are the surgeon or your companion is the surgeon or whatever. But for me personally, I think that Siege Medic, I think it's B, but it is a little bit closer to C for my liking, but Siege Medic is okay. It's fine, but it is nothing in comparison to Veterinarian, because Veterinarian, what it does, this is the most powerful thing about it, plus 30% chance to recover mounts of dead cavalry troops in battles. So you know what that means. That means if you are up against the Crusade, for example, and they have a huge amount of high-tier troops, you will have a 30% chance whenever you kill their cavalry to recover every single one of their mounts. Yeah, and you're going to gain so many war mounts, so many noble mounts, so many amazing things for you to sell and for you to do whatever you want with. So we're going to be making this A tier, 100% A tier right there. Really, really good perk. And then we'll move on. So Bush Doctor, F. Pristine Streets is much better than Bush Doctor in my opinion. Bush Doctor basically allows you a higher healing rate while waiting in villages. For me personally, I never wait in villages ever. I'm very, very rarely waiting in villages. However, I am waiting in towns much more often. So Pristine Streets, while it is okay, it is still going to be a D tier for me. It's not, it's fine. It's just not that exciting. Otherwise, health advice or perfect health. So perfect health basically provides us with a 5% recovery rate for each type of food in our party's inventory. This is great. This is actually really, really good because most of the time you're probably going to have a wide variety of food. So I'm going to be putting that in B tier. This is potentially able to give you about 20, 25%, maybe even 30, maybe even 35%, depending on how many types of food there actually are. But yeah, you're probably going to be getting a pretty significant recovery rate from that. And then otherwise, health advice is okay as well. Chance of recovery from death due to old age for every clan member. I believe that actually, yeah, that's okay. It doesn't tell you what the percentage chance is, so that's the only problem with this. And also, wounded troops do not decrease morale in battles. So that's also something that could be kind of good, but I'm going to be putting this in D tier nevertheless, because it doesn't tell you the percentage chance or anything like that. Then we have clean infrastructure or physician of people. So physician of people is, in my opinion, really good, just purely for the fact that it does allow you to level up your troops that a little bit faster, because it has a 30% chance to recover from lethal wounds for tier 1 and 2 troops. So in other words, let's say that you've just gone on a recruitment drive and you've gained tier 1 and 2 troops, you go into a battle, well, this particular perk is going to save them much more than basically anything else. Clean infrastructure, on the other hand, is an F tier perk because it is only governor governor-based stuff, and I personally hate that. I think that's really, really annoying, and otherwise, Physician of People is going to be put in C tier. So that's what we're going to be going for there. Fortitude Tonic. So this basically gives you, well, gives your companions plus 10 hit points, and it gives you 5 hit points. This is okay if you have a huge amount of companions in your party, or if you're playing with the mod Distinguished Service. That's where that's going to come in. And otherwise, we have Cheat Death on the other hand, which allows us to cheat death once due to old age. And it also allows you to reduce the chances that you'll die when you fall unconscious in battle. So here's the thing about dying in Bannerlord. There is a very, very small chance to die in Bannerlord. In battle, that is. That doesn't mean that it's impossible, but there is a very small chance. As far as I'm aware, it is, I think, 0.3% or something like that. Or is it 0.3... Wait, 0.03%. I'm actually not entirely sure what it actually is, but it is a very small chance to die. And as a result, I don't believe that minus 50% chance to die is actually going to be that effective. So I'd personally recommend taking whatever you want, but both of these are going to be D tier perks. They're not very good in my opinion, but if you have a lot of companions, take Fortitude Tonic. Apart from that, we're now moving on to some very, very fun ones, or at least one very fun one that I can see here. So Battle Hardened. This gives plus 25 experience to wounded troops at the end of the battle. Very powerful for leveling up people. Very powerful for leveling up. Helping Hands, on the other hand, is far and away the better perk, so we're going to be placing that in B tier, because Helping Hands gives 2% troop recovery rate for every 10 troops in your party. So if you have 200 troops in your party, that's, what is that? That's 20%. That's 20% troop recovery, which is absolutely amazing, in my opinion. Battle Hardened is really good, however, and I'm actually going to be putting that in B tier as well, just for the potential to level up troops. The potential to level up troops with this particular perk is amazing. It's really, really good, and I'd highly recommend it if you are maybe rebuilding your army or something like that. Maybe you can go and respec and take this just for the sake of that. But that's a very particular use case, but it is really strong for what it is. Otherwise, we have Minister of Health. This is the most powerful perk, one of the most powerful perks in the entire game, and for a very good reason. Plus 1 hit point to troops for every skill point above 250, and you get this at 275. So as a base, you're going to be getting 25 hit points for all of your troops. Every single troop has additional 25 HP. And now, and this is where the slam dunk big ultra combo whammy jammy kind of thing comes in. This, okay? Minister of Health with unwavering defense, with well built, with ignore pain, with thick hides. All of these at the same time. Imagine. That is 10 hit points plus 5, that's 15. That's another 5 hit points, that's 20. And then you have plus 25. That's 45 HP to people that are mostly infantry. But you've got to bear in mind that Minister of Health actually does apply to cavalry troops as well. So yeah, the value of this particular perk is exponential. It's so incredibly powerful. And then of course you have Ignore Pain as well, which does provide you with additional armor to foot troops in your formation. So once again, if you are a commander of infantry troops and you get every single one of these perks plus Minister of Health, you will never ever die. Or at the very least, your troops will have a very hard time dying. So there's medicine, and this is, as you could no doubt tell, going to be an S tier skill. Just not because I like it, because I actually do like it a great deal, but that's not the reason why this is in S tier. The reason why this is in S tier is because it is so incredibly useful. This is the only skill that has 3 perks in the S tier as it is right now. It's absolutely amazing, one of the greatest skills in the entire game. Alright, so up next is bow skill. So first off, we have bow control and dead aim. So dead aim is really good early on if you want to get headshots and kill enemies with bows. If you're really good and you have a bunch of troops that are also using bow skill, then dead aim is a really solid pick, and I'm going to be putting that in a B tier. Bow control, on the other hand, is very much a case of if you want to move on the run, if you're moving a lot and you want to have less accuracy problems, then bow control is also good. However, because of the captain skill of the other one, we're going to be putting this in C tier, because the captain skill of this is plus 20 bow skill to troops in your formation. Early on, that can be really powerful for troops that have bows at a low level. However, the other thing is just 5% increased damage, so it doesn't really do that much. Otherwise, we've got Bodkin here, which is 10% armor penetration with bows or knocking point, minus 50% movement speed penalty while reloading. Both of these are okay. Personally, for me, I'd probably recommend taking Bodkin. However, they are both going to go in C tier. These are okay, as I say. They're fine. But from my perspective here, I'd probably recommend taking Bodkin over Knocking Point, but I have taken both of these in the past, and I believe that I didn't really feel that much difference, but it just depends on if you want to do more damage with bows, or if you want to be a little bit more mobile. And that's it. That's really what it comes down to there. Now we've got rapid fire or quick adjustments. So rapid fire, that gives you more reload speed, 25% more reload speed, as well as reload speed to your troops as well. And quick adjustments gives you less accuracy penalty while rotating. So what does that mean? What does rotating mean? Well, that just means turning. That means turning your camera. That means, you know, moving around and so on and so forth. I personally like quick adjustments so much more than the other one, so we're going to be going for quick adjustments in B tier here, and rapid fire is going to go in D, because D for me, that is, it means you're going to be using your arrows much faster. For me personally, I don't really like doing that because I don't want to run out of arrows faster. I'd much prefer to be able to turn on a swivel and be able to do relatively well with that, with quick adjustments, because if you have an accuracy penalty while you're turning and then you end up missing because of that accuracy penalty, you've just wasted that arrow, and in my opinion that's absolutely awful. So I personally prefer to go with that. Mounted archery, if you're mounted, well, there you go. If you're mounted, take mounted archery. That is a no-brainer no-brainer kind of situation there, so that's B tier. Merry Men, on the other hand, I don't know why this is actually a thing. I hate this perk. I think this perk is absolutely terrible. It is one of the worst perks in the entire game. It's going in F. Strongbows, 8% damage with bows or trainer, which means that your daily bow skill experience bonus is awarded to the party member with the lowest bow skill. Yeah, both of these are kind of but Strongbow is slightly better, and we're going to be putting that in B tier just because it is more useful. However, Trainer does have its use cases. If you have a companion, for example, that needs bow skill leveled up, then by all means take Trainer, but for me personally, no, it's not that good. Otherwise, we have Hunter Clan and Discipline here. 50% aiming duration without losing accuracy for Discipline, and we have Hunter Clan, which gives us plus 30% damage with bows to mounts. Yeah, both of these are basically D tier. I was kind of contemplating putting them in F, to be honest, because they are pretty awful, but I think Discipline is slightly better than Hunter Clan, but both are not that good. Anyway, Eagle Eye gives you plus 50% zoom with bows, and Skirmish Phase Master makes you take 10% less damage from projectiles. Well, Skirmish Phase Master is much better in my opinion, because taking less damage means that you can survive that much longer. So that's what I'm going to be taking. Eagle Eye, on the other hand, I personally think is pretty much useless, but there are some use cases for it, I suppose. The visual range on the campaign map could be kind of useful, maybe, and well, I've heard some people say that the increased zoom is actually kind of useful for them. So I'm going to put it in D tier. Otherwise, apart from that, we have Renowned Archer and Bullseye. Renowned Archer gives us plus 10% starting battle morale to ranged troops in our party, and a minus 30% recruitment and upgrade cost to ranged troops. And Bullseye manages to give us plus 10% bonus experience to ranged troops in our party after every battle. Bullseye is slightly better, which I'm going to put in C tier, and Renowned Archer is F. It is. It's terrible. It's really, really bad in my opinion. I don't like this one bit, but yeah. Do I need to give an explanation? Yeah, maybe I need to give an explanation. Starting battle morale to ranged troops in your party. Why does this matter? If you're doing well, as it is, you don't need starting battle morale to begin with, so that makes no difference. And also to ranged troops. So in other words, it's only to your ranged troops that this is going to apply, and so if you're doing badly as it is, this isn't really going to make that much difference. Apart from that, minus 30% recruitment and upgrade cost to ranged troops. Once again, if you only have archers, then this is absolutely fine. If you're having problems with money, then okay. However, this is a 200 skill level perk. In other words, at this point in the game, you should probably have a significant amount of cash, or at the very least, you should have a way to upgrade your forces without having to struggle super hard. However, if you are, then by all means take this, but for me personally, no. I do not like it one bit. Alright, so let's go on to Deep Quivers and Horsemaster. So, in my opinion, I feel like Horsemaster is 100% basically what you're going to take almost every single time, because this allows you to use all bows on horseback, and also provides plus 30 bow skill to horse archers in your formation. So I'm going to be putting this in B tier. It is solid, a very, very good perk. Deep Quivers, on the other hand, is very much a use-by-use basis. If you want extra arrows, then by all means go for it. But I don't know. It's okay. I wouldn't say that it is amazing, so that's why it's in C. And then we have Quick Draw and Ranger's Swiftness. So equipped bows do not slow you down. So in other words, if you want to be a quick on your feet kind of guy, then go for Ranger's Swiftness. It's really good. You know, it's fine. It means that you're going to be moving pretty fast. And then otherwise you have Quick Draw, which allows you to get 25% increased aiming speed with bows. Both of these are basically going to be, C tier. They're fine, you know, they're fine. But if you are wanting to do something thematic, for example, if you want to have like a high movement speed character build, then take Ranger Swiftness, and this would actually increase in its rating in that case. If you're making a thematic duelist, for example, that does use a bow, then it would probably be B tier or A tier in that case. But as it is for a generalized character, it's fine. You know, it's okay. Otherwise, Deadshot, standard thing. This is just going to go into C tier. It doesn't actually make me absolutely love or fall in love with bows all over again like the throwing skill does. The throwing skill really makes me super enjoy using throwing weapons, but Deadshot and the various other things that increase your percentages for the varieties of skills that we've used, they're not very good at all, and I'm just putting them in C as a result of that. And bow in general is going to be kind of a C tier, actually. I feel like kind of a C tier right now. Bow skill is not my favorite thing in the world. The only reason why I tend to use it sometimes a little bit more often than the other ranged skills is because it just has more generalized use cases, and that's it. It just seems to be a little bit more efficient than the other ones, and that's the only reason. If I did a character for myself, every single time I created a series, I'd use throwing weapons every single time. Okay, so the next perk up is going to be Scouting. So Scouting is kind of a bit of a weird one because I've changed my opinion of Scouting over the course of the time that I've played the game. Thousands of hours, many years playing the game. And I used to think Night Runner was really good because it gives you 5% increased travel speed during nighttime. However, because of the efficiency of Day Traveler, because the fact that you are going to inevitably be in daytime much more often, because nighttime in the game actually only lasts for a fraction of the time that daytime lasts. So you're going to get more value out of Day Traveler than you would out of Night Traveler. So I'm going to be putting Day Traveler in B tier here. It's not super exciting or anything like that, but it's fine. And we're going to be putting Night Runner in C tier, and that's how that's going to go. Otherwise, apart from that, we have Pathfinder and Water Diviner here. So this basically determines your travel speed. So most of the time, what I'm going to do is I will try to get travel speed as much as possible. So Pathfinder is what I'm going to go for. Oh no, I just clicked my middle mouse button by mistake. Where is Pathfinder? Where did it go? There it is. Okay. Whew, that was close. Almost lost it. I would never have found it again, but Pathfinder is going to go into B tier here because I just personally like 2% travel speed on steppes and plains. It's not that amazing, but it's better than nothing. And Water Diviner, for me personally, I think this is one of the worst perks in the entire game, so it's going to go F. And Forestkin. Oh, Forestkin, yeah. So here's the thing. This is a very, very specific use case. This gives you a minus 50% travel speed penalty in forests if your party is composed of 75% or more infantry units. F tier. There are way too many variables here. I don't like this one bit just because, yeah, sure, it does have a use case, but how many forests are you actually going to be walking in? I don't know. You know, if you're in Botanian territory, for example, sure, you're probably going to be moving through quite a few, right? However, if you're not in Botanian territory, let's say that you're in Azerai territory, then this is not going to do anything for you, and it also needs your army to be comprised of 75% or more infantry units. So Desert-Born is just so much better, and we're going to be putting that in probably B tier because it is solid. It gives you 5% travel speed on deserts and dunes, and that's, in my opinion, much more useful than anything else. Now we have Unburdened or Forced March. Forced March gives us 2.5% travel speed when the party morale is higher than 75. Forced March is 100% a B tier perk, because most of the time, late game, you're going to be having higher than 75 morale, so of course this is really going to make a huge difference. Travel speed being really, really low at that point, you want to try to increase it as much as you possibly can. And also as the party leader, you do give 2 experience per day to all troops while traveling, but it doesn't really matter because, let's face it, you're going to take it anyway, because Unburdened is awful. F. 100% F. Do I need to explain it? Maybe I do, maybe I don't. But basically, what you want to do is you never want to be overburdened. If you're overburdened at any point anyway, you're more than likely either going to be near a town, so it's not going to make any difference, or you are going to be a trader. And in which case, a trader having a minus 20% overburden penalty, that's not going to make any difference either. It's way too little of a difference or a change in its percentage and its value, so it's not really going to give you anything at all. Ranger versus Tracker. So these are both pretty awful. Ranger is going to be F tier. I don't like Ranger at all. This is all about spotting tracks and so on and so forth. I personally I think this is just terrible. Tracker, on the other hand, is slightly better if you are the scout, or if you give this to a companion that is a scout. This is going to provide you with 2% additional travel speed while following a hostile party, which is actually really good for capturing people or attempting to pursue them as much as you can. So that's a really, really good one for that. Apart from that, we now have mounted scouts and patrols. So mounted scouts allow us to have 10% additional sight range when your party is comprised of more than 50%? What does that say there? Can't actually see. 50% cavalry troops, I think it says. And it also provides you with +5 party size limit. On the other hand, you have patrols here, which gives us +5 battle morale against bandit parties. That's absolutely useless. And the party leader skill, however, is 10% additional advantage against bandits when troops are sent to confront the enemy. So basically, patrols is only if you're fighting against bandits. It's okay otherwise, but it's D tier 100%. Mounted scouts, on the other hand, is also going to be D tier because these are both terrible. They're really not very good. They're not F tier terrible, but they're almost F tier terrible. Now we're on to Foragers and Beast Whisperer. Alright, so Beast Whisperer is actually really good in my opinion. Foragers is actually also okay. So Foragers is going to be D tier, and Beast Whisperer has a 5% chance to find a mount when traveling through steppes and plains. And it also provides you 10% additional carry capacity for pack animals in your party, which is almost always something that you're going to have. So this is going to be a B tier skill right here, purely for the fact that it does give you that 5% additional chance to find a mount when traveling through steppes and plains, and the 10% carry capacity is somewhat useful. Otherwise, apart from that, we have Rumor Network and Village Network. Both of these are okay. Rumor Network is fine, it's D tier, but Village Network is F. I don't like it at all. I think it's terrible. Although 10%, I mean, look at this. Minus 10% trade penalty with villages of your own culture. It's so specific. You'd think that because it's so specific, it would be much more impactful, but it's not. It's just 10%. And most of the time, villages only have 1,000 gold anyway, so having a minus 10% trade penalty, who cares? And especially considering it has to be of your own culture. Why? Why? It's just terrible. I don't know. There's just no point in it. Anyway, Vantage Point versus Keen Sight. Keen Sight gives us a minus 50% sight penalty for traveling in forests, and a minus 50... I think it's minus 50, or is it minus 30% chance? I don't know. But a minus % chance of prisoner lords escaping from your party. I think it's minus 50%. So Keen Sight is actually really good. So I'm going to be putting that in B tier. And Vantage Point is not so good. Stationary. Look at what it actually gives us. Plus 25% sight range when stationary for at least an hour. Yeah. No, that's F. Terrible. Absolutely terrible. Okay, we'll go through the 250s. Let's have a look here. Vanguard and Rearguard. So 5% damage by your troops when they are sent as attackers. This is Vanguard. And 10% damage by your troops when they are sent to sally out. Okay. Rearguard is 20% wounded troop recovery speed while in an army, and 10% damage to your troops when defending at your siege camp. Rearguard is much better, so I'm going to put that in C. It's still not very good, but it is much better than Vanguard, who is it's going to be D, but it's very close to being in F tier, to be honest. And Uncanny Insight is the maximum skill level perk for scouting. So basically what this does is it increases your party speed. So 0.1% party speed for every skill point above 200 scouting skill. It sounds so much more amazing than it actually is. It gives you 7.5. Yeah, it gives you 7.5 party speed. For me personally, I think that this should be probably 0.2% party speed for every skill point, so it actually gives you 15% party speed increase, because if you do get to 275 scouting skill, I think you should be rewarded with something that is much more impactful than just 7%. But 7% is relatively decent as it is, so Uncanny Insight is once again going to go into C tier. It's fine, it's just a little bit straightforward and a bit boring, like I said about the other things as well. Scouting skill as a whole is going to go into C tier. I'm not a big fan of it. It's actually maybe teetering a little bit into D tier, but I hate tactics more, so scouting is going to be C tier for the moment. So our next skill is going to be riding. Yes, riding. Okay, so first of all, we have full speed and nimble steed. Basically, one of these gives us plus 20% charge damage dealt, that's full speed, and nimble steed gives us 10% maneuvering. However, nimble steed does give us plus 30 riding skill to troops in your formation, which can be the difference between your Crusade units being completely useless in terms of using their bows, or it can be something that is going to be making them much more effective. So Nimble Steed is going to be B tier straight up, and Full Steed, or shall we say Full Speed, is going to be C, because even though it is actually something that I quite like, because it does increase your charge damage dealt, charge damage only gets really good once you have significantly more riding skill. So early on, it's not going to be super powerful. Now we have Well-Strapped and Veterinary. So Well-Strapped allows us to have a 50% less chance of your mount dying or becoming lame after it falls in battle. And Veterinary provides us with plus 20% hit points to our mount and plus 30, or actually 10% hit points to mounts of troops in our party. Well, it's a no-brainer, isn't it? Veterinary is so much better because it just provides us with much more value. Well-Strapped, on the other hand, is very much a circumstantial, situational kind of thing, and I don't really like it that much, so D tier is what it's going to go at. Nomadic Traditions versus Deeper Sacks. Okay, so Deeper Sacks is only going to be really, really good if you want to use the trade penalty decrease for mounts. And I'd recommend putting, I'm going to put that in D tier, even though, as I said to you before just now, if you're a trader character and you're trading in mounts, just take Deeper Sacks. It's gonna give you a little bit of a benefit, a small benefit from it. However, if you want to have a party speed bonus from footmen on horses, so if you have a bunch of spare horses and you also have a bunch of infantry and they're using them to travel around with you, then Nomadic Traditions is probably the way to go. And I'm going to put that on C tier. I don't really think it's super amazing, but I'll put it on C. Then we have Sagittarius. Basically, these two perks right here, Sagittarius and Sweeping Wind. This very much depends on if you are a ranged character or not. If you're a ranged character, then by all means take Sagittarius. I'm going to be putting this in B tier because it is a good perk. It just very much depends on if you're a ranged character or not. And Sweeping Wind is also relatively similar. I'm going to also be putting this in B tier because Sweeping Wind gives you a 5% top speed to your mount, so you're going to be able to do even more damage, and you are also going to be getting additional party speed for your own army, which is great. So both solid things. Now, Riding Skill only has one perk available at the 125th level, which is Relief Force. Now, Relief Force, what this does is it gives plus 10 starting battle morale when you join an ongoing battle of your allies. This is the only choice at this level, like I just said, and I think this is F. No offense, I think this is F. I think this is really, really bad. The only way that this is actually going to be good is if your allies are losing the battle, and if they're losing, then you may want to question why you're going in there at that exact moment, because maybe you're going to lose, who knows? I don't know what the situation is. It's very situational. I don't like the fact that you have to take this because it otherwise is a completely useless and empty perk. It just has no redeeming feature whatsoever for a wider, more generalized use case. So that's the reason why it's an F. Otherwise, we have Horse Archer and Mounted Warrior. Again, this very much depends on what you are. If you are a ranged character or if you are a melee character. Mounted Melee Warrior, obviously. Oh no, I just clicked my mouse wheel again. No, where is it? Ah, I lost it. Mounted Warrior. Oh no, there it is. Was that it? Oh, okay. It just went back there. Well, that's fantastic. All right. Well, yeah, we're going to be putting both of these in B tier because they are solid. As you can see, they are solid. It just very much depends on what you're playing with. If you're playing with a bunch of horse archers, then obviously you know what to go for, and vice versa with melee. Otherwise, we have Shepherd and Breeder Skill. Breeder Skill is, in my opinion, one of the stronger perks in the game, and I'm going to be putting that as A tier. The only reason why this is not S tier is because it has such a minuscule chance for this to actually activate. It has a 1% daily chance of animals in your party reproducing. So if you have a huge amount of war horses, for example, then you do gain an additional percentage for every single mount that you have of that particular type, according to calculations made by some people. Okay, so this is not confirmed by me, this is confirmed by other people, and so basically what that means is theoretically, if you have more of one particular mount, so let's say that you have a noble mount that you want to breed over and over and over again, if you get 10 of those, then you have 10 1% chances for it to activate, you see, instead of 1 chance, because if you only have one of those mounts, then it's only going to activate once, and so on. So hopefully that's understandable. Hopefully I've explained it well enough. And otherwise, Shepherd is actually not a terrible skill. but you would ideally not want to be herding at all. You don't want to herd at all, so I'm going to be putting it in F tier just purely for the fact that you really do not want to be herding. And if you are taking note of what your party is currently doing and how many horses you have and how many troops you have and so on and so forth, you shouldn't ever need to take this perk in comparison to Breeder. Otherwise, let's go for Annoying Buzz or Thunderous Charge. Once again, this is all to do with your own personal choice. Both of these are absolutely fantastic perks, really, really good for their respective skills. So for example, if you are using ranged attacks, take Annoying Buzz. If you're taking melee attacks, then take Thunderous Charge. That's it. That's what it comes down to. Cavalry tactics versus mounted patrols. Mounted patrols is obviously what you're going to go for because this reduces the chance that enemies will escape. So you can see here, minus 50% escape chance to prisoners in your party. That's fantastic for capturing vassals and making sure that they don't annoy you all the time. Cavalry tactics is actually not entirely terrible, but it's not great. I'm gonna actually say that this is F tier. Now that I've read it again, I actually thought it was a lot better than it actually turned out to be. But basically it has a 30% increase for volunteering rate of cavalry troops in the settlements governed by your clan. Why? It's really terrible. So yeah, anyway, Tough Steed versus Dauntless Steed. So Tough Steed provides plus 20 armor to your mount, and it also provides plus 10 armor to mounts of troops in your formation. It looks really good, right? Initially, this perk looks really, really good. However, Dauntless Steed is probably what you want to be looking for here, because the initial bonus is not very amazing. 30% resistance to getting staggered while mounted. This is okay. This is all right. It means that your horse is going to, you know, barrel through things much, much easier, which is actually not a bad thing. However, the secondary bonus is the reason why you want to take this perk. Plus 5 armor to all equipped armor pieces of mounted troops in your formation. As a result of Dauntless Steed being just the same kind of thing as the Ignore Pain skill for foot troops, Dauntless Steed is going in A tier. It's so, so good. It really, really is so, so good. Just purely for the fact that it allows you to have so much more survivability for your forces. It really does. Tough Steed, on the other hand, it is still a good perk. It's just not amazing. I'm going to be putting it in C because it's not so amazing. It's okay, you know, but it's not, I don't think it's B tier worthy. Otherwise, Way of the Saddle is also going to be going into C because charge and maneuvering damage, yeah, I want it to be more. I want it to do more, but it doesn't. And that's just on me, really, because I'm just greedy. I want to be able to do as much damage as possible with charge damage, but it just doesn't. And it's just a bit of a boring skill, like I said before. You know what I'd really love to see? What I'd really love to see here? Do I have time to actually speak about this? Maybe I do. I actually have no idea how long I've actually spoken on this particular subject, but I'm going to just say it anyway. What I'd love to see in Way of the Saddle as an activatable ability is the ability to heal your mount once in combat. And that's it. That would be amazing. Having the ability to heal your mount would be so cool, because imagine it. Imagine you've got a really, really cool mount. It's got really, really good armor on, and you're at 20% HP with it, and then you're like, oh, okay, I got to get off it now because otherwise it's going to die. And then you're on foot. Well, I mean, I guess that's fine and everything, but it would be really cool to have just some kind of different skill or ability to enrich the overall gameplay experience, because otherwise you're just going to get off and then you're going to be like, oh, okay, well, yeah, there you go. I'm not on a mount anymore and I just have to find a new mount, which is obviously fine and everything, but you know. Anyway, riding skill is going to go into C tier. I'm not a terribly big fan of these things. They're all solid perks, you know. Most of them are relatively solid, like I've shown you already. Most of them are in B tier, but they're not very exciting. They just do what they say on the tin. Alright, so the next one is Polearms. Alright, so 2% damage with Polearms on foot versus 2% damage with Polearms while mounted. So this is obviously just pikemen versus cavalry right here. And this is, these are boring perks, no offense. These are really, really boring perks, and I really don't like these at all. I was actually considering putting them in F tier, but they're not useless, but they are almost there. 2% damage, really? Really? 2%? I mean, come on. 2% damage. Oh, I don't care about that. Who cares about 2% damage? No one. No one cares about that. Anyway, we have Keep at Bay and Braced here, so let's have a look. 30% chance of knocking enemies back with thrust attacks made with polearms. F. Really don't like that at all. Braced, however, is actually pretty good because this actually provides you with a 25% chance of dismounting enemy cavalry with a heavy hit. So you don't need to eliminate them, and you can actually make them then fall off their mount, which is going to be pretty useful. Swift Swing versus Clean Thrust. Clean Thrust is an F tier skill pretty immediately. It's actually not bad if you are... Okay, not F tier, right? Okay, I'm going to reevaluate it. It's D, okay? It's okay if you have a bunch of infantry with polearm skill, okay? It's very much dependent on if you have a bunch of infantry with polearms. If they do have a bunch of infantry, or if you do have a bunch of infantry with polearms, then obviously that's a little bit higher, but I don't like it as it is. I don't think it's particularly strong. A Swift Swing, on the other hand, it's C. Yeah, it's C. It's not very good. It is only good if you're using a swinging polearm, of course, but 5% swing speed is much better than 2. Let's just say that. Otherwise, we have Hard Knock here. This has a 25% chance of knocking the enemy down with a heavy hit. Now, this is actually really, really useful. And so much so that I'm actually going to be putting it in A tier. You might be thinking, what? You're going to put that in A tier? That's crazy. Yeah, actually, yeah, it's true. The main reason why I'm doing this as well is because if you take a look at the party leader secondary bonus here, it gives you +3 hit points to infantry in your party. Yeah, +3. In other words, you already have +45 HP to infantry and your troops in general. And so 45 +3, you're then going to gain 48 total additional HP to you, to your infantry troops in your army at once, which is absolutely amazing. Footwork, on the other hand, is actually not bad. It's actually okay. If you want to be super, super fast on your feet and everything, then this is obviously a really, really good way to go because it does give you combat movement speed. But obviously this is very much a situational thing, and you probably want to take it if you are, you know, going for that particular theme. Steed Killer is alright as well, by the way. This provides you with +70% damage to mounts with polearms. I'm going to probably be putting that in C tier. It's okay, as I say. But most of the time you want to be aiming to kill the rider, not the mount. But sometimes it's good to kill the horse. I don't know. It very much depends on what you want to go for there. But the other perk associated with this is about the same, actually, because Lancer gives you a damage bonus from speed with polearms when mounted. Doesn't say thrusting, doesn't say slashing, so that just means polearms in general, which is actually pretty useful. And the captain benefit is actually useful as well, which means that when you have your people charging in, you're going to get 30% increased damage from them as well. So it's actually quite... you know what? I'm going to reevaluate that, and we're going to put that in B tier. We're going to put that in B tier. I think that's slightly better than C tier, to be honest. I think it's a solid perk now. Otherwise, we have Skewer and Guards. So Guards is basically what I'm going to recommend that everyone goes for here, because this is a solid perk. Highly recommended if you go for tournaments. Okay? That's the only time that I'm going to recommend it. If you don't go for tournaments, then, well, you might want to reconsider going for it, but it gives you +50% damage when you hit an enemy in the head with a polearm. Fantastic for a tournament, right? Yeah, fantastic for a tournament. That's only the time that I think that it would probably be somewhat useful, because in a tournament, you're most likely going to be given something that is really, really bad. The weapon is going to be kind of awful, and yeah, that's basically it. Anyway, Skewer is the next one, and Skewer is not very good. It's okay if you're going to be lancing, couch lancing with your character, but that's it. 30% chance of your lance staying couched after a kill. That's the only time when it's actually going to be good, but I'd highly recommend against this, because the AI, if you're going to be going up against enemy cavalry that has the ability to use a polearm, they will beat you every single time if you are coming at each other from the same direction. So for example, if you're like running towards each other on a horse, they're going to beat you every single time if you're couch lancing, because they will use their superior timing to push their polearm forward with their arm, and that's going to hit you before you hit them. And that's usually how that's going to go. Sometimes it won't, dependent on what kind of weapon they're using, of course, but most of the time they will beat you with that. That's how they've beaten me, at least. Anyway, 175 now. Phalanx versus Standard Bearer. Standard Bearer, F tier. Phalanx, plus 30 melee weapon skills to troops in your party while in shield wall formation. This is only good if you're going to use shield wall formation. I'm going to put it in D tier. And then I'm actually not going to... Should I touch upon Standard Bearer? So the reason why Standard Bearer is in F tier is because it gives you minus 20% battle morale loss to troops in your formation. So hyper-specific stuff. You need to be the captain. Standard Bearer needs to be the thing that you take. It's okay. But if you don't use shield wall... Okay, here's the thing. This is the caveat here. If you don't use shield wall, then take shield bearer. I mean Standard Bearer. But that's it. That's basically what it comes down to. Anyway, drills versus hardy front line. So, hardy front line is another one of these things. This is going to go into A tier. Yes, I know. It's going to go into A tier. The reason why it's going into A tier is because it gives plus 5 hit points to troops in your party. You can see where I'm going with this. So, you've already gained plus 48 for your infantry specifically in your party. You add this, you're going to gain an additional 5 for every single troop, including your infantry, including your cavalry, including everyone in your party. So in other words, to infantry, you now have 53 additional HP. Yeah, pretty fantastic. So that's the reason why it's A tier. Drills is... Drills is laughably bad, and I am actually thinking I would like to make an additional tier and put it into Z, but no, we're not going to do that. Otherwise, we're going to move on to the 250s. Actually, there's 225 to do as well here first. Alright, so Sure-Footed. Sure-Footed is going into F tier as well. Unstoppable Force is going into D tier. Unstoppable Force gives you triple couch lance damage against shields. This is pretty good, and it also provides you with plus 30% damage bonus from speed with polearms to cavalry in your formation. So that's also relatively good if you have a primarily cavalry force. But it is still D tier, because I don't usually couch lance. So that's the only reason. Sure-Footed, I'll give you the explanation. Who cares about charge damage? Not really anyone. No one really takes charge damage from anyone in history. The AI barely uses charge damage at all, and if they do kill you with charge damage, you'll most likely have been at 1% HP anyway. So, counterweight versus sharpen the tip. So this is basically a case of, are you using swinging polearms or are you using thrusting polearms? Well, swinging polearms, yeah, this is obviously a pretty solid, pretty solid thing, because more handling for that is just going to mean that you're going to be able to swing faster, and more thrusting damage is good with sharpen the tip. I would actually recommend taking counterweight over sharpen the tip, because it does give you that plus 20 to polearm skill to troops in your formation, whereas sharpen the tip only provides plus 5% damage with thrust attacks by infantry in your formation. So it's very much dependent on what you want to go for. I actually, you know what? I'm going to move sharpen the tip to C, because I actually don't think it is as effective as counterweight, to be honest. So that's what we're going to do. And otherwise, Way of the Spear, well, it's pretty obvious where this is going. It's going to go into C. It's really not very fun at all. And it's just a basic percentage increase, and that's it. It's really not going to be very fun. Polearms, for me, I think are actually in B tier. I actually quite like polearms. They are a slightly downgraded version of two-handed for me. I actually really like polearms sometimes, so they're going to be in B tier. Alright, so leadership is going to be our next choice. So, Raise the Meek versus Combat Tips. Okay, so Combat Tips is 100% what I'm going to be suggesting that we go for here. B tier is the solid place to be, and basically what it does is it gives experience per day to all troops in your party. And it also gives you +1 to troop tiers when recruiting from the same culture. And if you're going for a themed run, or if you just want to use the the troops from your surrounding starting area, then combat tips is great. Apart from that, Raise the Meek is not so good in my opinion because it only provides +4 experience to tier 1 and 2 troops, and so it's going to be D. I was actually thinking of putting it in F for a second there, but it's going to be D just because it's okay. It's good at leveling up new recruits and so on and so forth. Alright, so we have Stout Defender versus Fervent Attacker. Stout Defender is 100% so much better than Fervent Attacker. So much so, I'm actually going to be putting it in A tier. The reason for this is purely the secondary bonus. Plus 50% recruitment rate of tier 4 plus prisoners. So anyone that's tier 4 or above, you're going to have a faster time recruiting them from prisoners, which is absolutely a lifesaver in so many different ways. Fervent Attacker, on the other hand, is good. Don't get me wrong, it is good, but it only provides a 50% increased recruitment rate for tier 1, 2, and 3. So, in other words, this one's still going to be solid, it's still going to be in B tier, but the other is just better. The other is just better, that's it. Otherwise, we have Authority and Heroic Leader here. Both of these are kind of not so good. Authority is actually going to be going into F tier here. Heroic Leader is going to go into D. However, it is actually okay, because as you can see right here, it does give a 10% battle morale penalty to enemies when troops in your formation kill an opponent. Pretty good. It's actually pretty good. You know, it's okay. You know what? I'm actually going to put it in C. I don't think it deserves to be in D. I think C is probably good enough for it. And then we can move on. Famous Commander or Loyalty and Honor. Right, so Loyalty and Honor is if you want to try to convert as many troops as possible, because that provides you with a 30% increased chance, well, 30% increased rate of non-bandit prisoner recruitment. So for this is going to be going in B tier. It's solid, it's really, really good for what it does. And Famous Commander is plus 50% renown gain from battles. And you also do gain this other thing which provides plus 200 experience to troops on recruitment. In other words, you're going to be able to level up your troops so much faster. It's going to be really, really effective. So I'm going to put that in B tier too. They're both effective. It just very much depends on what you want to do. Renown gain or prisoner recruitment. And it very much depends, obviously, if the previous perks actually stack with it, because that's the question. That's the thing you've got to ask yourself there. Anyway, we now have Presence or Leader of the Masses. Leader of the Masses is only really, really good if you have a bunch of towns and or you want to get more experience gain. So I'm going to put that in C tier. And Presence is really good, by the way, if you are recruiting prisoners of your own faction. So if, for example, you are maybe you're fighting defectors, or maybe you're fighting against something that is, you know, the same as you, well, that's obviously going to help you, but Presence is still going to be a C tier. It's good. It's okay. You know, it's okay. Citizens Militia, plus 20% morale from victories, and Veterans Respect, which allows you to convert bandits into regular troops. So this is very much a use-by-use cases. Once again, case-by-case basis. Ugh, you know, you get my point. Veterans Respect is very strong in the right hands. If you want to go for it, then by all means, it's a B tier, solid perk. I like it purely because it changes how you play the game in a small way, and I like those kinds of things. Whereas Citizen Militia is really boring, and I don't like it that much, even though I actually do take it quite often. And I'm going to be putting it in F. Yeah, I know. It just gives you morale. It gives you additional morale from victories. Just terrible. Don't know why that's even a thing. Anyway, we have Inspiring Leader and Uplifting Spirit. So basically this Inspiring Leader reduces the influence cost for calling parties to an army, and also provides you, well, it provides your troops, the troops in your formation with additional experience. I personally don't like this at all. I'm going to be putting it in D tier. I think it's kind of useless, to be honest. Uplifting Spirit, on the other hand, is only really good because it provides you with party size limit. I'm going to put it in C because it's okay. It does give you plus 10 battle morale in siege battles as well, but that's basically it. Lead by example versus trusted commander. Lead by example, it allows you to gain plus 50% recruitment rate for infantry prisoners, and trusted commander gives you plus 50% recruitment rate for ranged prisoners. They also do have the benefit of increased experience for cavalry troops, and trusted commander gives you experience for troops, 20% increased experience for troops when they are sent to confront the enemy. So if you're doing auto-resolve. Now, I would highly recommend only taking one of these if you are, well, taking one of these dependent on what kind of prisoners you want to recruit. So for example, if you're taking a lot of infantry, then take by lead by example. If you're taking a lot of ranged, then take trusted commander. It doesn't really matter what the secondary bonus is. So both of these are really, really effective, and I'm going to say that I'm going to be putting them in B tier. Both of those are really quite strong for what they do, and so they're going to go in B tier. There we go. All right, so then we have Great Leader and Make a Difference. So Great Leader is yeah, I don't know why Great Leader is even here. This is a waste of a perk. I hate it. F tier. What it does is it gives you battle morale. Battle morale to troops at the beginning of a battle, and battle morale to troops that are of the same culture as you. And it only gives you 5. It only gives you 5. Why? Why? Why only 5? It's terrible. It's an absolutely terrible perk. Awful. Make a Difference, however, is actually much better. Plus 100% battle morale to troops when you kill an enemy in battle. So if you yourself are actually going to be killing some things, then this is really, really good. It also provides you with plus 10% shared experience for your archers. This is going to be a C tier perk, even though it could be really, it could literally save you from having a premature retreat because you're killing enemies. If you're killing enemies and you're in a really close run battle, you could really make a huge difference with that. And that's exactly why it's called Make a Difference. Okay, so we'll go on to the 250th skill levels now. We pledge our swords versus Talent Magnet. Okay. This is one of those times when I'm actually going to say that I think both of these are really, really terrible. Talent Magnet is going to be going into D, I think, and We Pledge Our Swords is only good if you really desperately want an additional companion. Otherwise, it's F, I'm sorry to say. And Ultimate Leader is the final perk in the leadership tree, and this provides us with plus additional party size. So in other words, you're getting plus 25 for every point above 250, so we get this at 275, so that provides us with 25. So you get an additional 25 party size for this, which is okay, you know, it's fine. It's another C tier perk. It's nothing exciting, nothing amazing, you know, it's just a solid perk that is alright. And as a result, we are now back down to leadership here. So leadership as a result, or shall we say in the end, is actually not a bad skill. It's actually not bad at all, and I'm actually going to be making it a C tier rating. I don't think leadership is amazing. I think it's about on the same level for me as scouting, bows, riding, leadership, blah, 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 you know, all that stuff. Let's move on. Alright, so we're almost done. We only have 3 more skills left as far as I'm aware, and we're going to be starting with crossbows. So crossbows, what do we have here? We have Piercer and Marksman. This provides faster aiming. Marksman provides faster aiming, 25% with crossbows, and Piercer allows crossbow attacks to ignore armor below 20. I think Piercer is just awful. Marksman, however, is slightly better, and we're going to be putting it at C. Piercer is going to be F tier. Unhorser versus Windwinder, even. Windwinder. So Windwinder actually provides us with plus 25% reload speed with crossbows. I think that's actually pretty useful. Going to be putting that in the B tier here. It also provides plus 5% crossbow reload speed to troops in our formation as well, which is actually kind of good. So I think that's quite nice. Apart from that, let me actually just see here real quick. Yeah, I'm not a big fan of Marksman. I think it's good in the C tier. I think it's fine remaining in the C tier for the moment. And then we have Unhorser. That's the other thing that we're going to be looking at here as well. Plus 40% crossbow damage to mounts. Yeah. It's D or F, actually. D or F. It's really not very good. I don't know. Donkey Swiftness or Sheriff. So Sheriff provides us with plus 50% headshot damage with crossbows. Donkey Swiftness, minus 30% accuracy loss while moving. However, Donkey Swiftness actually does provide us with plus 30 crossbow skills to troops in our formation, which can be very powerful. However, I'm going to recommend Sheriff here for the pure reason that if you are early on in your crossbow journey, it's more than likely that you're going to need to headshot enemies to kill them. Because otherwise, you know, at the time, you're not going to have a huge amount of damage. And so, you know, being able to headshot enemies and kill them is going to be a paramount fixture to be able to actually get kills and get experience. So that's the reason why I'm suggesting taking that. Donkey Swiftness is actually a pretty good skill, but I'm going to be putting it in C. Actually, no, let's put it in B. Let's put it in B, because it does have that plus 30 crossbow skill to troops in the formation, so I think that's pretty useful. Renowned Marksman versus Peasant Leader. Alright, Peasant Leader, F tier. Renowned Marksman, F tier. Both of these, just awful. Really, 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 really bad. Really bad. However, if you have to take one of these, I would highly recommend taking Renowned Marksman, because this does give you plus 2 daily experience to ranged troops in your party. The plus 10% battle morale to tier 1 to 3 troops from Peasant Leader is... it's just useless. It's just absolutely useless. I don't even know what to say about that. Anyway, let's move on. Fletcher and Puncture. Puncture gives us 10% additional armor penetration with crossbows, and Fletcher gives us more bolts per quiver. So this very much depends on if you just want to do more damage. Fletcher, in my opinion, is not so good, but it's a C tier. It's okay. You know, it's not a terribly bad thing. However, Puncture is a, well, pretty solid one. So I'm going to be putting it in B tier. 10% armor penetration and 5% armor penetration with crossbows by troops in your formation. Yeah, you can't really go wrong with that. That's a pretty solid thing. Otherwise, we've got Deft Hands and Loose and Move. So Loose and Move allows us to have equipped crossbows not slow us down. So if, again, you're doing that thing that I talked about earlier in the video where you have a character that is focusing on movement speed, then this is really, really good. If you don't, then it's going to be C tier. It's not particularly useful in my opinion. Deft Hands, on the other hand, is actually quite good. It does provide you with resistance to getting staggered while reloading your crossbow, and also, and this is the big point here, 50% resistance to getting staggered while reloading crossbows to troops in your formation. This is the thing that is going to provide you with the overall advantage in a field battle slash siege situation. Because let's face it, if you're getting attacked, by enemy archers or whatever, they're obviously going to fire faster than you. So crossbows being able to have a little bit of resistance to being interrupted as they're reloading, that's perfect. That's really, really good. Mounted Crossbowman versus Counterfire. So Counterfire is only really, really good if you are not using a horse. So very much depends on what you want to go for, but I'd recommend going for Mounted Crossbowman because you can reload any crossbow on horseback. Very, very effective. However, Counterfire is really good for a variety of reasons, so we're putting both of these in B tier. Yeah, both of them in B tier right here. And Counterfire is pretty good because it actually does reduce your projectile damage taken while equipped with a crossbow, and it's the same thing for your troops as well. But it's 5 or 3%. I think it's 3% actually. 3%? Really? Could you spare it? Ugh, I really do not like that kind of design where they just go, we could have made this 5%, but you know what? We're going to make it 3%. Why make it 3%? What difference does it make? You just give more, you know? Rather give more than give less, because in the end, you're going to have one of those situations where you give 1% additional damage or something, and then it's just absolutely terrible. Anyway, I could go on a 200-year-old rant about that, but let's not do that. Anyway, long shots versus steady. 100% more zoom with crossbows, F. Minus 50% accuracy penalty with crossbows while mounted. This is obviously only if you are wanting to be mounted, but this is a very solid perk. I don't like the zoom one, so that's why it's F. Hammerbolts versus Pavis. So Hammerbolts has a 50% chance of dismounting enemy cavalry with a heavy hit from your crossbow. Very powerful. Pavis, on the other hand, 75% chance of blocking projectiles from behind with a shield on your back. So this is obviously only if you are having one of those really, really big, broad shields on your back. You know, those ones, the big, you know, rectangular ones that the crossbowmen generally tend to use. It's obviously called a Pavis. That's obviously what it's called, but I didn't want to say that again. Anyway, Hammer Bolts is what I'm going to recommend, just because it is solid, really, really nice perk, because this is what you want if you are going to have troops with crossbows also in your formation, and you're going to be able to knock enemy cavalry off their mounts really easily. Pavis, on the other hand, is a pretty good skill. It's actually okay. It's actually not bad, because you're able to block projectiles from behind with a shield on your back. It can actually be very powerful, but I'm going to give it a C tier for now, because it is a very circumstantial kind of use case, a very situational one. So that's the reason why it's C tier. Not because it's bad or anything, but just because it's a very situational thing. Otherwise, we have now Terror and Pickled Shots. Or Picked Shots, not Pickled Shots. Picked Shots. Okay. I'm not entirely sure what Picked Shots even means, by the way, but yeah, anyway. Picked Shots, minus 50% wages of tier 4 plus range troops and plus 5 hit points to range troops in your party. And Terror. This has a 20% chance of increasing the siege bombardment casualties per hit by 1. Terror is an F tier ability. Picked Shots, on the other hand, is probably going to be B tier, just because of the 5 hit points to range troops in your party, and also reducing wages by 50%. That's a pretty significant decrease. Imagine if you have a bunch of Battanian Fian champions, or the highest tier of range troop that you can get in a mod, and you take this. Yeah, it can make a significant difference, but the main reason why I'm putting it in B tier is because of the 5 hit points to range troops in your party, because that can be a significant increase if you take into account the other HP increasing perks that I showcased in the earlier parts of the video. Otherwise, we have Mighty Pull here, which is once again a similar thing to pretty much every other one of those perks, which provides you with a flat percentage increase, and it's actually a lot better than the others. So you know what? I'm going to put it in B. I'm going to put it in B. The reason why this is better is because crossbows are generally considered to be unwieldy, very difficult to use things, but this provides you with so much increased reload speed that it's actually going to make them very, very viable from pretty much any situation, you know? So I think it's actually kind of good. Crossbows are going to get an honorable mention here in the B tier. I'm not a big fan of crossbows generally, but I actually quite like them just for the sake that they're kind of unusual and you don't really see them that much. At least I don't see them that much. Alright, so our next one is engineering. So engineering is one of those, it's probably going to be one of those skills where I say that one thing is so much better than the other, so we're probably going to see a bunch of F tiers in this. For me personally, I really like torsion engines. That gives you plus 10% build speed to ranged siege engines. That's most of the time what you're going to want build speed on. So, yep, you guessed it, it's B tier. And the other thing here, the other thing that we have is scaffolds, which is good if you are a shield-based character, which means that you get plus 30% shield hit points. This is, again, one of those cases where you have to be very specific. It's a very specific use case for it. If you use a shield and you don't really care about constructing ranged siege engines a huge amount, maybe you're just not caring about it, maybe you're doing something different, maybe you're using siege towers or whatever, and in which case, well, maybe you don't need that. But the 30% increased shield hit points is okay, it's alright, so I'm going to be putting it in C tier. And then we have Siegeworks versus Dungeon Architect. Dungeon Architect is 100% what I'm going to recommend here, and I'm also going to be saying that this is actually an A tier skill. If you are the engineer, or if you have someone that is the engineer, 25% less chance of ranged siege engines getting hit while under bombardment. That is far and away one of the greatest perks that you can get for a siege, because it basically provides your siege engines with a 25% chance not to get hit. Yeah, pretty good. And Siegeworks, on the other hand, is awful, so F tier. Military Planner Carpenters. Military Planner gives 50% additional ammunition to ranged troops when besieging, and Carpenters gives 33% additional hit points to rams and siege towers. Both of these are actually fine. I wouldn't say they're amazing, so I'm going to be giving them, I think they're not something that I don't like, so I guess Military Planner and Carpenters can probably go into C, but they're kind of on the edge of being in D, to be honest. Anyway, Dreadful Besieger versus Wallbreaker. Dreadful Besieger gives you 10% additional accuracy to your siege engines during siege bombardments in the governed settlement. That's obviously Governor. And then you have plus 5% crossbow damage by troops in your formation. So this is only if you're using crossbow-based troops. That's it. So Dreadful Besieger is a very, very, very interesting... You know what? It's going to go in F tier. It's going to go in F tier. Wallbreaker, on the other hand, is going to be much, much better, and we're going to be putting that in B tier because 25% additional damage dealt to walls during siege bombardment. That basically means that you're going to have a much easier time of getting into the actual town or castle, and you have to spend a lot less time outside, potentially going to get attacked by a massive army. So that's why I'm doing that. Salvager versus Foreman. So, Salvager, plus 20% additional accuracy to ballistas during siege bombardment, F tier. Foreman, plus 10% and trebuchet accuracy during siege bombardment. Yep, this is going to be pretty decent. It's a B tier, because mostly you're going to be using trebuchets and mangonels or catapults. Because who is in their right mind actually going to use ballistas? I don't know. If you use ballistas and you have success with it, by all means let me know, because I've tried using ballistas in the past and it has been completely useless. They are really way too fragile to actually be any good. But anyway, Siege Engineer versus Stonecutters. Both of these are F tier because they prioritize giving us governor skills over giving us actual skills that can be used by the player character. And so the only thing that you can see here is that it unlocks fire versions of siege engines. I don't really care about that. Yeah, sure, it's kind of cool to have fire versions of siege engines, but for me personally, I think you should be having something else associated with both of these rather than just governor skills. I don't like it one bit, so that's why it's in F tier. Anyway, battlements versus camp building. Camp building gives us a minus 50% cohesion loss of armies when besieging, and has as an engineer, minus 20% casualty chance from siege bombardments. Can actually be pretty useful. But on the other hand, with battlements here, +1 pre-built ballista when you set up a siege camp. Yeah, I've actually been using this in one of my recent series. I've been using battlements and I hate it. I think it's useless. I think it is absolutely useless. One of the worst perks ever. And camp building, on the other hand, is actually relatively decent. A solid perk that can actually be usable, and its use case is quite wide. So there you go. That's why it's in B tier. Now we can have a look at apprenticeship and engineering guilds. So apprenticeship, +5 experience to troops when a siege engine is built. Useless, F tier. Engineering guilds, +1 recruitment slot when recruiting from artisan nobles. Slightly better, but still, I'm kind of thinking F tier actually at this point, but I'm going to put it in D tier. And then we have, what else do we have? Improved tools and metallurgy. So, improved tools, +20% siege camp preparation speed. That's actually pretty good. And metallurgy, +30% chance to remove negative modifiers on looted items. And also, +5 armor to all equipped armor pieces of troops in your formation. Metallurgy has a special mention right here as an A tier skill, A tier perk, just purely because of this. Just purely because of that. We're actually going to move it all the way to the top here. I'm just going to move it right there next to Ignore Pain and Thick Hides and all that stuff, because you can imagine, look at what we've got going on here. Imagine this, +5 armor to all equipped armor pieces of foot troops, +5 armor to all equipped armor pieces of regular troops, and +5 armor to all equipped armor pieces of mounted troops. If you can imagine taking all of these at the same time, your troops are going to be unstoppable. Absolutely unstoppable. Really, really powerful perk. And improved tools, on the other hand, it's actually pretty good. It's actually okay. I think it's fine. So we're going to put that in C tier, because the less time that you can spend actually constructing the siege camp, the better. You know, that's all I can say about that. 250. Clockwork versus Architectural Commissions. So, 25% reload speed to mangonels and trebuchets in Siege Bombardment. That basically just increases their damage, which is actually very good. And Clockwork, plus 25% reload speed to ballistas during Siege Bombardment. F tier. Architectural Commissions, on the other hand, we're going to be putting that in B tier because I personally use trebuchets so much more, and this just generally increases their damage dramatically. Ballistas, on the other hand, they just don't last long enough. That's it. They just don't last long enough for them to actually be any use. So that's the reason. Anyway, Masterwork, plus 1% damage for each engineering skill point over 250 for siege engines in Siege Bombardment. This is 25% increased damage. It's alright. It's alright. It's not anything exciting, as I said. What would be really exciting here is if we had the ability to do something special. That's what I've been talking about the entire video. Do something special with these final perks. Something special that allows us to do something like, I don't know, maybe we unlock the ability to use some kind of thrown weapon, like not a grenade as it were, but something associated with engineering that is in keeping with the time period. You know, something that is medievally, you know, suited for a knight or a soldier from that time, and it just gives you something extra to do instead of us just having 25% increased damage to siege engines. You know, that's very boring in my opinion, but there you go. Anyway, so engineering is probably going to be a solid it's a C. It's a C. I don't really like it that much. I mean, engineering is necessary for many, many reasons, but it's not very exciting, as you could quite clearly tell. Okay, so next up is Steward. Alright, this is going to be pretty easy because I know a lot about the Steward tree, so we're going to probably breeze through this without too many issues. So, Frugal gives you less wages to pay, and that's the reason why I'm probably going to be just giving that a B. Because that just goes straight into B. Is super simple. It just gives you less wages to pay straight off the bat. Really quite nice. Warrior's Diet, on the other hand, basically makes it so that you have no morale penalty from having a single type of food and reduces your food consumption in your party. Now, something to consider about this is if you are the quartermaster of your party and you're trying to level up Steward skill, this will directly affect how fast you can level up your Steward skill because it reduces the food consumption, you see? And you need to consume food, or your troops do, at least, to be able to level up Steward. So Warrior's Diet is going to go into D, even though it is actually a fine perk. It's just not very good in that regard. Otherwise, we have 7 Veterans and Drill Sergeant. Drill Sergeant gives us +2 daily experience to troops in your party as the quartermaster. F. 7 Veterans plus 4 daily experience for tier 4+ troops in your party. F. Then we have Stiff Upper Lip and Sweatshops. Okay, so Stiff Upper Lip is okay, minus 10% food consumption. Once again, F. That is just not very good. It's the same thing as the other one, but this is while it is part of an army, and I personally hate those kinds of requirements. When there's a requirement that needs to be done to get the same bonus as another perk, it just feels like a bit lazy. Feels like lazy design, unfortunately. I'd love to see this do something different. I don't understand why this is also called Stiff Upper Lip. It has nothing to do with that, but whatever the case, Sweatshops is our other option here, and this is usually something that I would highly recommend doing because it gives you plus 20% production rate to owned workshops. I already believe that workshops are absolutely terrible anyway, so any benefit that you can get from this is obviously really good. And if you are the quartermaster, it does also provide plus 20% siege engine build rate in your party. So this is a very solid perk and something that I'd recommend you get instead of the other one. This is B tier. And then we have Paid in Promise and Efficient Campaigner. Paid in Promise is 100% what you should take every single time. It is a wonderful perk. It changes how you play the game dramatically, and this is the reason why. Discarded armor are donated to troops for increased experience. Perfect. Absolutely perfect. It's great. That basically means that if you have done what I've suggested in this video and actually level up Roguery skill, you would have so much loot. And as a result of having paid in promise, what you can then do is you can basically just put a bunch of low tier troops in your party, and you can discard these pieces of armor and you can level them up instantly without you having to go into any battles whatsoever. So that's the reason why Paid in Promise is amazing and is definitely worthy of being A tier. Efficient Campaigner, on the other hand, this is what that does. Extra food for each item taken during village raids for your party, and minus 25% troop wages in your party while it is part of an army. It's fine. I don't like it. I'm actually thinking of putting it in F tier, to be honest, but it's okay. It's got value to it, you know, it's got a little bit of value to it. Giving Hands is the advanced version of the other one that we just looked at, which is another A tier. So Paid in Promise, Giving Hands, get both of these, and then you're going to be able to discard armor and weapons, and you can donate that to troops for increased experience. Absolutely wonderful combination, really, really good synergy. This is where I really, really appreciate the design of the perks. Some perks just make me mad because they're so incredibly useless, and other perks like these, they're just like, yes, this is amazing, this is really wonderful, love that. Anyway, we've got the other thing here, which is Logistician, which is +4 party morale when the number of mounts is greater than the number of foot troops in your party. I hate this. I hate these kinds of requirements, these kinds of specifications. It's just terrible. Aid Corps, yeah, Logistician's going in F tier, by the way. Aid Corps and Relocation. So, Relocation, plus 25% influence gain from donating troops. It's okay. Quartermaster, wounded troops in your party are no longer paid wages. Yeah, I usually take Aid Corps, but these are both pretty terrible, actually, and I'm... you know what? I'm going to put this in F tier. I'm going to put Relocation in F tier. It is 25% increased influence gain. It could be really, really good, but if you want to donate troops, what are you doing? Because you're going to donate your army. You know, you're donating your army away from your army, and then it's going to be even weaker. I don't know. It just doesn't seem particularly worth it to me. Anyway, we've got Arenikos' mules and Arenikos' horses here. So, we have minus 20% trade penalty for trading mounts, and a minus 20% trade penalty for trading pack animals. What's really funny about these two is that they have, I sometimes think that they don't actually know what they're doing when they design these perks, because you can see here that one of them is actually marked as personal, and the other one is marked as quartermaster. So, you want to take Arenikos' horses. That's what you want to take, because horses are going to give you the most bang for your buck, as it were. And in comparison, Arenikos' mules are not really going to do that. So that's going to be in D tier. Arenikos' horses, B tier. Arenikos' mules in D tier. Alright, so let's go for 200 here. Contractors and forced labor. So, minus 25% wages and upgrade costs of the mercenary troops in your party. This is very much situational, but I'm going to be putting it in F tier. It's just situational if you're using mercenary troops. And then this is obviously a no-brainer. You have to take this, but I personally think it's terrible. Forced labor. Prisoners in your party provide carry capacity as if they are standard troops. That can actually be somewhat useful, but I'm still going to be putting it in D tier because... who cares about carry capacity that the troops can hold? I mean, really, it doesn't really seem to really do much, in my opinion, at least. Let's go for 175 here. So we've got Gourmet, which doubles the morale bonus from having diverse food in your party, and you have Sound Reserves, which gives us minus 10% troop upgrade costs and minus 10% food consumption during sieges. Yeah, well, you know what I think about Sound Reserves. That's F tier. And... Gourmet is slightly better, but it is still D. Not very good. And then we've got 250 here. Alright, so we're starting to get some things that might actually be really, really cool. Let's have a look. Master of Planning. Plus 40% food consumption while your party is in a... actually, not plus 40%. Minus 40% food consumption while your party is in a siege camp. Right. Yeah, so Master of Planning is F tier. And Master of Warcraft, minus 25% troop wages while your party is in a siege camp. That's actually pretty useful, so I'm going to put that in C tier. That's okay. And then our last perk in the Steward tree is Price of Loyalty, and this gives us a minus 0.5% to food consumption, wages, and combat-related morale loss for each Steward point above 250 in your party. So technically, Price of Loyalty is bad for leveling up Steward skill, but at that point, when you're at 275, you don't really need to level it up that much more anyway, and your wages are going to be reduced by 12.5%, which is okay. I mean, it's all right, I suppose. Yeah, it's okay. It's pretty decent, but we're going to put it in C tier. And then Steward skill as a whole, well, obviously as a whole, it does increase your party capacity, and it is very much required. So I'll put it in B. Yeah, do I like it though? No, not really. I actually don't. So we're going to put it in C. I think it's an okay perk tree, but as you've no doubt seen from my reaction to many of the things that we've looked at here, most of them went in F and D. So there's that. Okay, so our final skill is indeed trade. Yeah, one of my favorites actually. I really enjoy the trading system in this game, and some of the perks are actually very impactful, and they make you change how you play the game significantly. And that's the reason why I like it, because as I said, perks, in my opinion, should change how you play the game from a fundamental aspect. Exactly the reason why I personally think Roguery skill has not really been fleshed out as much as it could, or as much as it should be, and I think it should have a lot more, going on with it, but never mind. Let's start. So, Wholesaler versus Appraiser. Basically, this means if you're going to be selling and doing a bunch of trading, then Wholesaler is better. If you're going to be doing a bunch of battling and selling the equipment from those battles, then Appraiser is better. So these are both really solid perks, and so as a result, they're going to be going into B tier straight away. These are really nice actually, because a minus 15% price penalty for both of these things, really good. If you think about the perks that I talked about earlier that reduce trade penalty, then you should probably take Appraiser, because you're going to be selling smithed weapons. And smith weapons count as equipment, or at least they should count as equipment, at least as far as I'm aware. Otherwise, Market Dealer versus Caravan Master. So Caravan Master it gives you plus 30% carry capacity for your party, and Market Dealer allows you to reduce the cost of bartering for safe passage by 50%. For me personally, I prefer Caravan Master, so I'm going to be putting both of these in C, because both of them have their use cases, but they're okay. They're alright. They're not too bad. Distributed goods versus local connection. So basically this also determines whether you want to gain relation with artisans, or whether you want to gain relation with merchants when completing their tasks. So you very much have to just look at what these guys actually are all about. So if you have a bunch of merchants in this particular town, then you probably want to take local connection. But if you want to, increase your relation with artisans, then, take distributed goods. And apart from that, if you are the quartermaster, or you have a quartermaster that has this perk, then a minus 15% price penalty while buying from villages is decent-ish, not that amazing. And the local connection one is minus 15% price penalty while selling animals. So both of these are fine, okay, not amazing, but fine. And so they're going to be going in C tier. And then we have toll gates and traveling rumors. Now, toll gates basically means that workshops will gather trade rumors. Basically what that means is whenever you are having a workshop active in a particular town, it will gather trade rumors for you, which will basically tell you what is selling well and what is buying well in that particular town. So for example, maybe they'll say that grain is really cheap here, and then you can go and buy the grain, and it will be consistently accurate because the workshop will remain in that town for the foreseeable future. However, I personally prefer taking traveling rumors because when you are running a bunch of caravans, you gain so many more trade rumors than you would otherwise, and it really makes a huge difference. So toll gates is probably going to be a C, and traveling rumors will be a B, and because I personally prefer taking it, and I think it's more solid than the other one, because workshops are terrible, like I said earlier. Okay, artisan community versus great investor. So this is another case of workshops versus caravans. I'd highly recommend taking great investor, because this gives you +1 daily renown from every profiting caravan. However, and this is a big however, if you think that your caravans are going to get preyed upon, if you think that they're going to be destroyed really, really easily, then just invest in workshops instead and just grind away for renown from artisan community. Both of these are good and solid perks. I actually really like the way that they've actually made it so that you have a much greater chance to be a pure trading character. So it's not someone that is going to be, you know, it's going to be a trader that is literally going to just trade, and that's it. And they give you that ability with these perk choices. They're not forcing you into going into a battle, which I personally appreciate quite a bit. Anyway, now we have mercenary connections versus content trades. So we have content trades, which has -50% wages paid while waiting in settlements. That is actually really, really effective if you are gonna try to abuse the timing of the daily wages. So for example, let's say that you know exactly when the wages turn around, right? Let's say that you're being very careful with that. If you wait in a settlement just before that happens, then you can pay even less wages, which is really, really powerful. So I'd say that content trades is probably going to be a B tier, because it is just so solid and can be abused pretty heavily. And mercenary connections is actually not too bad either. However, mercenary troop wages in your party, no, it's only good if you have mercenaries. So yeah, be careful on that. And then we have insurance plans or rapid development. So basically what happens here is, once again, if you have a bunch of caravans, go for insurance plans. If you have a bunch of rapid development, if you have a bunch of workshops, then go for rapid development. Both of these are perfectly fine, and I would probably recommend probably rapid development is C tier, because for me personally, I just don't like workshops at all. But yeah, we can otherwise just take this. I think that artisan community for running a workshop is absolutely fine if you cannot keep your caravans running. That's the only reason why I put them up here. For me, I just personally, okay, here's the thing. I do not believe if you are running a trading character that you should have your workshop be captured, because you're not going to be at war against anyone. Most of the time, you're not going to be at war against anyone. And if you are at war against someone, then why did you build your workshop against, in that particular town? That doesn't make any sense. What you should be doing is building a workshop in the allied town. So for example, let's say that you are becoming a mercenary, and you are a mercenary of the Azurai, and you build a workshop in Kasira or something like that. It's highly likely that the enemy isn't going to capture Kasira, isn't it? So that's the reason why I say to do it like that, rather than, building a workshop in a place and then having that town get taken by an opponent, because that would otherwise just be a complete waste. Otherwise, trade yard foreman and granary accountant. This is all about trade goods. So basically, -20% price penalty on both perks, but the difference is selling pottery, tools, cotton, or jewelry, and granary accountant selling food items. So very much depends on whether you want to sell food or whether you want to sell these trade goods. For me personally, both of these are perfectly fine. They are okay, so they're both going to be C tier. These are good. They're fine. They're okay. It just very much depends on what you want to sell. It's all a player preference kind of thing. So we're now going to go on to 225 here. Self-made man. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, Self-Made Man is absolutely fantastic. Sword for Barter, by the way, is the other one, and that's going to be going into F tier straight away. Self-Made Man gives you a minus 50% barter penalty for items. So this basically makes it much more possible for you to persuade vassals and other people to trade with you with using items. So I'm going to put this into B tier, but I've actually never found that this is actually that useful. Primarily because I think the barter system is fundamentally broken from the ground up, to be honest. I don't think it's actually working as it should. At least that's what I think, but we'll see. We'll see. I haven't played a trader character for quite some time. Anyway, Silver Tongue versus Spring of Gold. Silver Tongue, minus 50% gold required while persuading lords to defect to your faction. I think this is absolutely useless, mostly because of the 15% reduced gold required. I think this should be 30%. Minus 30% gold required, because if you have the patience, the sheer patience and effort and dedication to get trade to 250 without resorting to installing a mod that allows caravans to increase trade skill, then 250 trade is really, really hard to get to. It is really hard to get to in the base game without any mods associated with it. So Spring of Gold, on the other hand, plus 0.1% dinars of interest income per day based on your current dinars up to 1,000. This is another one of those. Yeah, this is another one of those. I'm going to be putting this in D. Yeah. I would love this to be so much better than it is, but it just gives you up to 1,000 dinars. Who cares about 1,000 dinars? This is the most useless thing. I mean, it's not bad, okay? It's not bad. It's just really bad, okay? I know that's funny, but I can't. Okay, here's the thing. I can't put it in F tier because the other thing that is also associated with it is also D tier, and they're just both as bad as each other, basically. They're not very good. And then we have Trickle Down versus Man of Means. So Trickle Down gives you +1 relationship with merchants if 10,000 or more dinars are spent on a single deal. Yeah, right. Okay. And then Man of Means gives minus 20% cost of recruiting minor faction clans into your clan, and a minus 30% ransom cost for your freedom. I don't know what's going on with these perks. These are both F. These are both F. Really, really terrible. No offense. Really, really super bad. I don't understand this. These are 275 actually. 275 trade skill you need for this. And then we have the last perk, which is everything has a price. I saved the best for last, didn't I? I saved the best for last. All right. This fundamentally changes how you play the game. And you know what I've said about it in the entire video. You know I've said I absolutely love the fact that you can take a perk and then it changes how you play it. Changes how you play the entire thing. I love that. However, it saddens me to say that everything has a price is F tier. Yeah, it's going to be a bit controversial, I know. It's going to be a little bit controversial. The reason why I'm giving this F tier is because it has been nerfed into the ground so drastically that it is basically useless. Unless you have an infinite amount of money. And you could have an infinite amount of money. However, the main problem then arises that you're going to have to do the standard gameplay loop of make smithing weapons. You know, become a criminal in that particular territory. Sell those weapons. And then you can only sell one of those weapons because they sell for 50 to 60,000, maybe even for 70 to 80,000, and then you don't have any more money in the marketplace itself. And at that point, well, then you're going to have to go to another town, and it is the most tedious thing in the entire world. And that's the reason why I'm giving it F tier, because having to do something so tedious just for the sake of being able to trade one settlement, it was such a disappointment for me, because everything has a price. If you talk to me when everything has a price was first, you know, kind of explored by me. If you talk to me back then, I made a series called Trader Lord. It's called Trader Lord or whatever. It's basically Pelisor, right? Pelisor. You know, if you know Pelisor, then thumbs up to you. But anyway, Pelisor was my trader character. I conquered the entire map in, I think, 16 episodes. Okay, 16 episodes. Usually an entire conquering of Calradia in the base game, it's going to take a lot longer. It's going to take, you know, I don't know, 40, 50, 60 episodes, dependent on how fast or how dedicated you are to actually doing that particular action. But everything has a price, and the way that it was before, yes, I agree. It was too powerful before, but I think that it has been over-nerfed. It has been over-nerfed significantly, because beforehand, you could purchase multiple towns, multiple castles for millions of gold, right? However, nowadays, everything has a price, can only allow you to purchase one town for a couple million gold. And I'm talking about 2, 3, maybe even 4, maybe even 5 million gold. And if you're thinking about that, and then you think about, well, that's just not worth it. That's just not worth it for me, because if you then think about how much money these marketplaces have in every single town, and if you go to every single town and you sell your one sword or whatever it is for the 100,000 that you can sell it for, well, you're going to have to do that 30 times. 30 times. And that's only if the marketplace has a significant amount of cash in it. There's only, I don't even know how many towns in the game, 80, 90, 100 towns in the game. I don't know, maybe not even that. They might have even less than that. Maybe there's 60 towns or something. So you technically can only do that 60 times. I don't know. I don't know how many they have in the game as it is right now. However, as I say, that would create an absolutely endless loop of tedium where you are going to have to earn millions of gold just to be able to buy one town. And as a result, it basically makes your entire trading experience come to a halt, because otherwise, what are you going to do then? What are you going to do then? Are you going to build up an army and then do things the old-fashioned way? Because I could conquer the map in a faster time through conquering than I would be able to do it through using everything as a price. And I don't think that that's how it should be. I think if you have a lot of money, let's say that you have, I don't know, let's say you have 10 million gold, yeah? Let's say you have 10 million gold. If you have 10 million gold and you spend, I don't know, a maximum of 2 million on a town, you can buy 5 towns with that 10 million. And I think that's actually relatively, I think that's quite balanced, because if you think about how long it actually takes to earn 10 million gold, it's going to be quite a while to earn 10 million gold, right? And so that's the reason why I'm giving it an F tier, okay? And I'm not going to go on about it for that much longer. I'm going to actually stop now, but that's the reason why I'm giving it F tier, because it used to be so much fun. It was way too powerful before, but now it's way too weak. And it needs a little bit of a bit of a rework. Nothing too dramatic, because I think that the ability it gives you to trade settlements, that's amazing, and that alone is worthy of S tier. 100% worthy of S tier. It really is. But how it is right now in its current state, it's effectively useless, which I gotta say I'm very disappointed by, because I am one of the people that really loves having this perk and being able to use it, but as it is, I can't. It just doesn't do what what you want it to do. And if you want to buy a castle, it's going to be 600k. One castle is going to be 600k, maybe even a million, maybe even 1.2 million, and then you're going to have to go around and do the same thing again, and it's going to be very, very disappointing. Anyway, trade skill as a total skill, I love it. I think it's really, really fun. I love trade skill actually, and so as a result, I'm going to be making it an A tier skill. I just wish that everything has a price was still that S tier perk that I know it can be. I know it can be an S tier perk, but it just isn't, unfortunately. As I say, the concept of it, 100% S tier. But the way that the barter system works right now, and the way that vassals make you pay way too much, it's just not useful. I mean, as I said, basically if you use everything as a price in comparison to a regular Conqueror style character build, and you have spent literal ages leveling this thing up, because it is a 300 skill level perk as well, by the way, so it takes you a huge amount of time to level this thing up, and then when you finally get it, you think, oh, this is gonna be amazing, and then you buy one town and then you're done. And then you have to go through the entire money-making process again. And that's the reason why I say it's bad. Not because the actual concept is awful or anything like that, it's just the fact that it forces you into a gameplay loop of tedium, whereas otherwise, if you were to do a Conqueror-style playthrough and do the same thing, so for example, if you were to spend the same amount of time that someone would use in the base game to level trade to 300, which is absolutely insane, by the way, the amount of grinding that you'd have to do to be able to get there, you would probably have conquered half the map. You'd probably have conquered half the map, or at least conquered, I don't know, 2 factions by that point, just because of the sheer amount of time invested. But there you go. That's going to be it for my tier list. I hope I actually covered all the skills. If I missed one of the skills, then, well, there you go. I missed one, and then that's just how it's going to have to be. But I don't think I did. And otherwise, apart from that, here are my S tier picks. They are fantastic. I love them. They're super, super fun. And then the A tier as well. The A tier is also really, really fun. If you want to check out well, any of the perks or go over any of the sections, then of course there is a timestamp in the description, and you can also navigate through the video player if you so desire. But otherwise, that is going to be it for this video. And if you want to hear my opinion on anything else, then by all means let me know. But this went very long, didn't it? Yes, it went very long indeed. I thank you very much for watching, and I'll see you next time.